Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am the Lavender Lady. How the heck are ya? This is Coffee with Lavender. We've got a bunch of chat going on in the back. I haven't turned those microphones on yet, so it's just us here, and we're being good and having fun. And yeah, you don't have to believe that if you don't want to, because it's really not true. Uh, Today is the morning after the solstice. The winter solstice occurred at, if memory serves me, 11:19 Eastern last night, and we experienced the longest night of the year. And for some people, that is a really, really good thing because now the nights start getting shorter, the days start getting longer. We have the return of the light, and being one of those people who suffer the seasonal affective disorder, as I believe a couple of the other people here do. It's a horrible thing to do, and why don't we open up the microphones and actually talk about that sort of stuff? We have a whole big group here with us today, and we have here on camera the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Bionic Dance, Kate Farr. How the heck are you, dear?
Well, it's funny because I get seasonal affective disorder pretty bad. San Diego's been pretty cloudy lately. But for some reason, I got the best night's sleep I've had in months last night, which, again, also weird because I didn't fall asleep till like 2:30 a.m.
I don't
I don't know
know.
what's up with that.
What you don't know what you did differently?
Well, there's a chance I don't know. Actually, I really don't know. Maybe it was the satisfaction of putting up a new project really, really late. Because I compiled all my 2019 videos and put them in one big, long, half-hour example of why I'm not perfect.
I saw that.
And
I haven't watched it yet.
yeah,
Oh my!
I'm actually starting to compile, like take all that footage and just cut it down to the bits of random ass noise that I make when I screw up. It sounds
Okay.
like someone speaking in tongues. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It's like a
I
lot
I'm
of
liking it.
a lot of that stuff. So
Uh, and the giggling you hear in the background is, yes, our very own Mom Nato. How are you, Mom Nato?
Good morning, sweetness. How are you?
Yay! Oh, it's for you, it's for me, go for you.
Me,
Yeah,
yeah.
the whole bit.
It's rainy and gloomy here in beautiful, lovely Florida,
Oh,
but
hey,
at least it's
babe.
warm. It's warm. It's almost 72 degrees. So
Yeah, but that's kind of not much of a consolation prize when you realize
so,
it's
but
still freaking.
And in
good
tow,
and
she has
everything's going well.
the original
Yeah.
tornado, yes.
Yes. All right. I'm done. I
You're,
don't have much to say.
ah, I
Yes,
don't
this show
know.
has the usual suspects.
And then we
Oh,
have a
how
new
are they?
and
people
some of the
person.
unusual suspects.
Yes, we have a new
Mm.
people person here. Here because she doesn't have to be at work, and that's an unfortunate reason they're involving some stuff. But here with us is Pirate Kitty. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Hello. I'm
Yay!
doing okay. I'm gonna say something that'll make Diana very, very jealous right now.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Hi, Kate. We've met.
Have we?
Yeah, I was at Faithless Forum.
Um, it
You
would
remember?
probably help to see a face.
I can't. I don't have a camera.
Oh,
But do you remember being in the lobby and talking with Telltale's sister?
I did that a lot.
And then you were talking with somebody who was wearing a Captain Marvel T-shirt, big
Okay.
blonde.
No, I don't remember that. I thought you were someone else.
Eh,
I
Well,
well.
I mean, from your description of how we met, that sounded like someone else entirely. But
don't
again, my memory for people is terrible. I'd have to see a picture.
Yeah, I don't have one. I'm on my parents' computer, not my home one.
Oh, that
Okay.
sucks.
Yeah.
I know what it feels like to be on a parent's computer instead of the personal
Mm.
one.
Okay then. Yeah, you can't access the porn. A tornado.
No, he tries to put porn on my computer. I break his fingers.
Oh, can I watch?
I did that. I did that as a
Yes.
prank once to an ex-boyfriend's mother.
Oops.
She had her
Oh,
laptop.
God.
No,
Uh,
we set meatspin.com as her browser homepage.
Oops.
That's her browser homepage.
Oh, for the love of sake,
Meatspin.com.
Alec. I
Sin.com.
love it.
That's a porn
Meat?
site.
It's a
No, meatspin.com. It's a GIF image of a guy, GIF, of undulating his hips in such a way that his dick is spinning around and around.
helicoptering.
Yes.
Oh,
my
jeez.
God.
Oh, my. Yeah, so,
You know,
so much
every
for
time
seasonal
someone
affective
says the word-
disorder.
Every time someone says the word porn, I get a song in my head. Porn to be wild. Every time. Can't help it.
No,
No,
I get the
it's-
internet is for porn.
Internet is for no.
Of course, of course, back
same
in the
one.
days of, what was it, 14.4, there was always the song, Porn Free. Anyway.
You know what? One thing that my phone does that, like for the season, is it tells the temperature, but it also says feels like.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it takes the weather into account. The problem is it's always freaking wrong. Like yesterday, it was 70 degrees out, and it said feels like 70, but because it was cloudy, it felt a lot closer to 50.
Are you talking AccuWeather.com?
No, I don't know. It's just a widget on my phone.
It's probably AccuWeather.
AccuWeather is
Oh,
not,
I can look.
definitely. Yeah, AccuWeather drives me
most-
nuts.
It does not have a name listed. I think it just came with the foot. No, wait, it says the Weather Channel
Oh,
down at the bottom.
Weather
the
Channel,
Weather Channel.
that's National Weather Service.
Yeah. Well, regardless, it's. I mean, I'm not going to say it's frustrating or annoying. It's more like exasperatingly silly, and not even strongly exasperating. It's just you guys got it wrong. That's all.
Yeah, pretty much.
every time.
Don't mind me a little.
You know,
And again,
I'm not sure I have a word that describes such a minor annoyance that you can wave it off, but it still made you go ugh at the moment. I don't think I have a word for that.
Would that be a clarion?
I wasn't going to go there.
I offer myself unto you.
But besides knowing what the word clarion actually means,
Yeah.
I think that does not fit in any way.
There you go. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you look at
You
me.
know-
You just don't see a shofar. Okay, it just doesn't work.
I've been curious for a long time, actually.
Yes, dear.
Was that your original last name?
No,
I didn't think so, but
no. I decided on a different last name well before I got anything changed. Well before I transitioned. I was not sure in 1997 whether I would actually do the transition. I wanted to. I just didn't know if I could. But I was already becoming known as this crazy lady on the internet. You know how that goes. So my idea for the first name that was in reference to Diana, goddess of the moon, and Athena, of course, the goddess of wisdom. Clarion, I picked that because my original last name, my dead name, which everybody by now already knows, is Zavartke. Only 6 people in the United States had that name. So it would not have been difficult to track me down, and I wasn't all that sure I wanted anybody to know yet. So I happened to be looking at a map of Pennsylvania, and there was Clarion County. And I said, oh, wow, Clarion County, Clarion Horn. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's mine. So that's how that happened.
well, thank you for sharing that. I've been curious for ages, and I just never asked. And the word clarion came up in conversation. I figured, what the heck? It's an opportunity.
There you go.
Isn't
There
clarion, the noise of it's a sound as
Mhm.
well, like
A
a
clarion
trumpet.
call.
Are you thinking?
Yeah,
Are you think? Yeah, yeah. Oh, you are thinking of the clarion. I didn't know if you were thinking of that or if you were
yeah.
thinking of the klaxon.
The no, the clarion of a trumpet
Yeah, the
is
the
yeah.
the the, cl- the clarion call,
It's a
clarion horn.
musical
It's a musical.
sound.
Hmm.
The
It,
horn, if I
A
remember
shrill,
correctly.
narrow-tubed war trumpet.
Yeah, I think it's
yes.
all. I think it's also known as a shofar.
It's also an adjective that means loud and clear.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so loud is definitely.
isn't there like some legend though where it's like some you call down some magical creatures, maybe angels, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
When you like blow a horn, it's the clarion call, or maybe they blow it as a war
Hmm.
trumpet. I don't know, but I swear there's
From the
something
Bible
mystical. I swear, yeah, yeah.
during the Revelations, I believe.
I knew that from
There's a
somewhere.
lot
My
of weird
Bible
shit that
knowledge is
goes on
not
in
that great,
Revelation. Yeah. Yeah,
but
and
I knew there was something mystical,
Um,
legendy,
there's
whatever about it.
also
I knew it.
in the taking of the David when he uh, destroys the walls of one of the cities.
Jericho?
Yes, Jericho, that's the one.
wait
Where
a
he
minute.
Right
destroys
there
the
Was
about
walls
that
of
that.
David
Jericho.
or
He uses I think it was David. I could be wrong about
I
who.
forget. I really do. I'm gonna look that up just
But
because I'm a piece of shit that
he
way.
gives the clarion of the trumpet brings down the walls of Jericho.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I
funny.
believe
Like
that's right. It's
growing
been a
up,
while since I read that, though.
Maybe
not
it was Josh.
religious.
Oh no.
I've noticed like there's things that I never realized were
Ah.
had their origins in religion. And so like I find out later I'm like, oh, because there's a Jericho in Vermont.
Mhm.
And I never really made that connection until I started talking about atheism. Because I was
Right.
raised not religious. So
Okay then. And by the way, it
What'd you
turns out
find?
that it was Joshua who led the army
Joshua.
that
Okay.
brought down the walls of Jericho.
Yeah,
It's
David
been
is
a
the guy
while.
who beat the snot out of Goliath.
Well,
there's
yes,
also
but
Joshua who almost nuked the earth in war games.
yes.
Okay. No,
The
no
computer Joshua.
relationship there. No.
No.
Shall we play a
A
game?
cat. Now I know where my rubber bands have been going. You little brat.
Okay, somebody else does that, huh?
I've got some
Loki.
rubber wristbands that Columbia has
Yeah.
been
No.
absconding with.
Loki, my cat, likes to pull the rubber bands off my desk and he plays with them for a while and then he starts chewing on them.
Oh my, oh my. So he's
And
been.
he will chew them apart so I have no more rubber bands to hold my hair back, which drives me absolutely bonkers.
Now,
Oh,
just out of
go on,
curiosity, is he a thief?
Kate doesn't like dogs. Go lay down.
Is
Oh my
is Loki a thief by any chance with anything other than the rubber bands?
Cheese.
Okay, okay. No, because this little one
No,
over
that's
here,
smudge.
she's
He's pretty good about not stealing stuff, but if you have like you took a bread tie off and you left it on the counter, he'll knock it off the counter and then go play with it.
Oh, okay. No, this one, if you set something down, you can count on her picking it up and running off with it.
No.
People come over, I used to have visits from that they called it peer support. It's another crazy who is on your therapy case, basically, who would set down a pen and said, "No, you don't want to do that." Just as the little one is going over to grab it and take it away.
No, Loki doesn't do that.
Yeah, we're talking about you. There you are. You're presenting to my chair again. And that is another wonderful thing that's gone on. I have never seen it happen before, but my usual chair died of metal fatigue. That's awesome. The plate that
Holds the chair.
yeah, you screw it onto the butt. That actually broke in half.
Wow.
I don't know. I think I need to lose weight, you know?
You know, I'm glad you went there because my brain was doing it and I didn't want to say it.
Actually,
I thought I thought it would be quite rude to say it, so I'm glad you did it.
Hey, I need to lose weight, and I know it. I just checked myself this morning. Came in at 225, which is a little bit higher than I really want. About 50 pounds higher.
Well, really, you do not want to lose weight. You want to get rid of it because if you lose it, you might find it again.
Yeah, you got that point. Definitely. Yes, absolutely. And I always have this thing about finding lost weight. It doesn't want to leave me. It likes me for some reason, and no.
Well, what are you looking at, Kate?
What do you mean? Oh, I have like five
That big,
screens
huge
on my
TV
desk,
monitor.
and one of them is way up above, and I wanted to use that to do an internet search without covering over the chat and everything. But I suppose since I just mentioned that, I should explain the search. In the live chat here, we're talking about someone's cat, Seraphim's cat, named Kylo after Kylo Ren. And I hate that character. And fuck Disney right in their stupid face for starters. But I mean, number one, and I hate to say it because it's really shallow, but the actor playing him is
did a shitty job.
Oh my gosh, he's ugly. I look at him and some part of me rebels. Right? But above and beyond that, he's not evil. He's not interesting. He's just an emo tantrum throwing little brat. And that's not an interesting character. I mean, he's worse than Anakin with his whining.
Well, and you look at Harrison Ford, and then Carrie Fisher. Their characters, I mean, absolutely gorgeous people, and then they get this person playing Kylo Ren, and it's like, oh, what the hell?
There's something extraordinarily creepy about his face, and I can't define.
His nose is too big.
Okay, sure, but he's also got these like full lips that just creep me. I've never liked full lips on anybody, and it just doesn't work.
It looks like he had them injected with Botox or something.
And on top of that, his head is like not as wide as it should be to accommodate those features.
I know.
So yeah, I have not watched a Disney Star Wars movie since the absolute travesty that was Rogue One. I know a lot of people like that. I can't imagine why, but I wanted nothing to do with it. I gave Disney 2 tries, and it wasn't just that I was underwhelmed. I was literally pissed off. So I've given up on. See, that's the thing. Star Wars has been such a huge part of my life. And now I've basically abandoned it because it's been ruined. I was thinking this morning, can I think of any sci-fi, fantasy, whatever, that ended the way it shoulda, on a really good high note that left me pleased, maybe sorry it was over, but so glad they got it right at the end? Or has every bit of sci-fi and fantasy I've ever loved ended badly because it was beaten to death by Hollywood because they saw it as a cash cow? And I cannot think of anything off the top of my head.
Do you like the Avatar movie?
I thought it was decent. I haven't seen it more than twice.
Well, they're coming out with another one.
I know, but from the start, James Cameron said that he was going to do more than one. So, I think he has 5 or 6 planned.
Something like that planned. I hope they go well because I liked the Avatar movie. My one friend, Christine, she's
Blue Avatar or water Avatar?
Blue Avatar.
Blue Avatar, not
Airbender.
Shyamalan.
Gotcha.
Not
Fuck
Airbender.
Shyamalan.
Anyway, she's like, oh, I don't like Avatar. It's just another depiction of the white man taking over the Native American land. Oh my God.
Oh, no.
I hate it when people read stuff into a movie that may or may not be there. Like, I see a parallel. But what did the original artist think? Was that even in their mind at all when they made it?
No, it wasn't. I tried to explain that to her, and she's like, I don't care. This is what I see.
Oh
It's
no.
and the problem is that she is like a quarter Native American, so it's
Mhm.
really a touchy situation from her. And but she's seeing too much in it. Oh my god, it's just a fucking movie.
The one that
Well,
really
and
got.
you know, I posted something on Twitter and Facebook last night, ironically enough, where I was saying there's an internet trope that needs to die, where
Mhm.
people will retcon and take out of context and do all sorts of crazy, not quite reasoning to a beloved film franchise or story to make it seem like the good guys are actually the bad guys and vice versa. And I'm like,
Oh
knock
good
that off,
god, no.
because you'll never ever get a, like they'll ignore the vibe, they'll ignore what other people do and look solely at the actions and not the motivations and go, see that
Mhm.
guy was the jerk. They did it with Ferris Bueller. They're trying to show that the emperor was the good guys despite killing off
Mm-mm.
literally billions of people on one planet. I mean, it's just so
Now see,
stupid. Stop it.
on some things, on some video games like Final Fantasy VII, you can see where the actions of the people around the villain are the ones who cause the person to turn into a villain.
Mm.
And through like Advent Children, you find out what's going on with Sephiroth. Originally, Sephiroth was not a bad person, he was a good guy, but he got driven insane by the torture from Dr. Hojo and the injection of alien cells that drove him insane.
Well, you know,
He
it's
wasn't
funny.
really a
That
bad
sounds
guy.
That sounds remarkably like the bad guys in the Honor Harrington series. Now,
Mhm,
the bad guys, they come from a sort of solar empire, a space empire
mhm,
called Haven, right? The
mhm,
People's Republic of Haven. And it's obviously a mashup of like the French Revolution and the
mhm.
Communist Cold War, right?
Oh boy.
Because all the citizens are dolists. They're all getting this, like, they call it a basic living stipend and all that stuff.
Mhm,
And they're the
I'm not
proles
going to go anywhere
now.
with that one.
But then they have the aristocracy, right?
mhm.
And I mean, when I say that it's obvious, I mean that it's freaking obvious. The guy who's the head of the aristocracy, his name is Robert S. Pierre, Robespierre, right?
Mhm.
Rob S. Pierre. So when I say it's not, oh look, it looks like a parallel. No, it's clearly
Yeah.
a reference. Um, he started out as a good guy because he threw out the basically the communist government in
Right.
sort of a coup. But then he realizes that he cannot stabilize the Havenite Empire. That
Right.
it has to, like, he can't sustain that dole that all the people are living on, and he doesn't imagine that they will actually go to work because nobody
Right.
works. They just live on that basic living stipend, right?
Mhm.
So he ends up slowly becoming more and more corrupt while he tries to
Right.
maintain the system, and ends up conquering a whole bunch of neighboring independent empires because he needs to plunder them for resources. But
Right.
those resources won't hold out, so it keeps snowballing and snowballing. He
Right.
started out as a decent guy with good motives and turns into the worst villain.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, Sephiroth's issue, and I know we're switching topics really weird on this show.
Oh, that
Um,
never happens
the
here.
issue with
Never
him,
at all.
yeah, the issue with him is that the alien cells that they injected him with, um, were still alive, and it formed a link with the creature that they were keeping alive, that they pulled the cells from, and she was quite literally insane and wanted to take over the world so that she could take the shell of what was left of the planet and make it take her home to her world, because she crash landed on the planet of Final Fantasy VII, and her whole goal was to get home, but she
Sounds
was evil.
sounds
then.
kind of like an episode of Babylon 5 where
Kinda.
like Captain Sheridan gets infected kind of with this alien entity that's like
Mhm.
pure energy or some shit
Mhm.
from an alien that was dying in Down Below. And he keeps
Right.
getting these mental images. And eventually he figures out like it just wants to go home. So he steals a Star Fury ship and goes to like a wormhole and it leaves his body and then he goes back. Similar, but not quite exactly the same.
Well, no, because Sephiroth ends up they have to kill him because he just gonna destroy the world.
You know, I haven't actually touched Final Fantasy since the original NES. I remember when it was just plain old high fantasy, like it was Legend of Zelda with RPG elements.
Right.
And like what I see of it now, it looks like some weird mashup of fantasy and sci-fi. I don't really understand it.
It kind of is with a little steampunk thrown in.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hate
That's
steampunk.
like I have for PlayStation. I have Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 12. So
Yeah.
I'll say, have you guys seen the article that came out where they're ragging on the new Star Wars because it glorifies abuse, quote unquote?
No, I haven't seen
I
that.
haven't seen this.
Yeah,
What?
it's basically the idea that they instead of if the things that are done like Kylo trying to convert Rey to the dark side.
Oh, like that's never happened in Star Wars.
Yeah, really.
Right, because it's a female character, it's suddenly glorifying abuse. Whereas with a male character, well, I mean, I'm not sure if it's exactly that's their logic, but what I'm reading it as is if you put a male, like the example I saw from Noel Plum was like if you had a James Bond sitting in a chair getting himself punched in the nuts, people are like okay with it because it's a male James Bond. But if you were to put a girl in that position and have it be Jane Bond, and they were trying to do the similar thing, then it would be a bad thing because they're abusing a woman.
Okay, no, wait. You have Jane Bond in the chair and you're punching her in the nuts.
No.
I'm not playing that character. I'm not doing it. No.
Okay, so you're flicking her on the nipple.
Right. It's this thing like where when you put a female character as the main character, you either have to treat her just like you would treat a male character in that position, or you're turned her into like a Mary Jane.
Yeah, Mary Sue or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because, and I wasn't even going to bring this up, but it crossed my mind. Yesterday on Facebook, there's like I want to say it's Atheist Republic, might be Atheist Views, I forget. It's an atheist group where someone asked, "What do you think of feminism?" And what I said was, I look forward to the day when something absolutely amazing is done, some feat is accomplished, and it's completely unremarkable that it was done by a female. I did not expect it, but I got like 40 likes on that comment. I really didn't expect that.
Nice.
Well, I mean, everybody seems so surprised when something amazing comes from a woman, and it's like, we're just as smart as men.
Well,
we might not be all physically as strong as men, but you know what? Damn it, we can work our asses off.
Well, this
Why
is
should it be something amazing because it comes from a woman?
Well, this is the thing that gets me about any of the non-cis het white male, etc. groups. You always have to have the first black astronaut or the first female swashbuckler or whatever the group is. And why can't we get to that point, as you said, Kate, where it would be just totally unremarkable that the first whatever was done by whoever?
Well, I think part of it is just that women have had so little opportunity, have been kept down by the man, so to speak. And so it's amazing that that there is that opportunity. I mean, one thing I find kind of I like it that it's happening is no one's really mentioning the female candidates for president as being female versus male. All of that is unremarkable that there's women on the debate stage now, and I think that's amazing because I remember a time when like Sarah Palin was running for Veep, and it was like, and now kind of the same for Hillary, only less so. Now it's just like, oh yeah, there's women running, like you do.
Yep.
Yeah,
So I
and-
mean, I think it'll change eventually. It's just it might take us 100 years, but eventually, women and men will be as unremarkable as each other when it comes to accomplishments. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I just think I'm pretty sure that the uh lady who was running for president has canceled her campaign, which I
Well,
find sad.
there's
Oh,
two. There were
wait a
three.
minute, which
at
one?
least.
No, Kamala
Cassie-
Harris. Kamala Harris dropped
Malala.
out, right?
Malala, yeah.
Well, yeah,
Mhm.
but that was like a month ago. I
Yeah.
think we're talking about Tulsi here.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
okay, fine. Okay, fine. No, I was just trying to go through the
I
names
don't
in
know
my
anything
head to
about
narrow
Tulsi.
them down.
Okay, well, then what were you
There's
talking
this
about?
Big
Well, I was talking
honking
about Kamala.
controversy.
Oh.
Oh, well, okay, but there's this big honking controversy right now because with the impeachment, Tulsi Gabbard voted present instead of yes or no.
Right.
And a lot of people are flipping out about it. They're saying it's the end of her campaign. But the thing is, I've heard her give her reasons for doing it, and they make a certain kind of sense and show a certain amount of integrity, but nobody cares because they
Right.
sense blood in the water and it's a big honkin' drama. And who cares about her reasons? They don't matter to anybody because they just like the drama, I guess.
Right. And who cares if they're asking if she's here and she says present?
Well, they weren't. They were asking
Well,
for a vote yes or no on
they
the
wanted
impeachment.
yes, impeach, no, do not impeach. That's just like drawing up the battle lines here in the atheist community.
So did
I mean,
she
when you had the
did
whole
she mean
She
yes or did she
basically
mean no?
she
didn't
meant
mean
neither. She
Okay.
meant neither
Yeah.
one.
She's
Now,
abstaining.
a lot of
Okay.
people are
Well, that
saying
makes
that that's
sense.
wishy-washy. A lot of people are saying that's
No.
like, no, of course it's not. You're right. But I mean, her reasons were basically, yeah, he's guilty. And for that, but I can't, so I can't vote no. But at the same time, this impeachment is very partisan, and that's not a precedent we want to set. So I can't vote
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
So
Right,
she voted
but-
present. And it
Yeah,
makes a
and-
certain kind of sense, but a lot of people are going, no, Trump bad, Trump evil. You have to vote yes for impeachment, which again, I understand. And I do agree Trump's evil. But at the same time, the calculation of this could come to bite us in the ass in the next presidency or
Oh,
another
it will.
presidency.
It will absolutely.
But
Right,
if we don't
exactly.
use-
So
see, that's on the other hand, if they did not impeach him, other presidents could get the idea, and this is something that I've discussed, that it's okay to do what President Trump is doing. And it's not okay to do what he
It's
did.
a lose-lose
I mean, my thing is-
situation, really.
Yeah.
I
There is no
don't think it
win.
was a good choice for her to make president. If she either thinks he's guilty of the crimes and he should be impeached, or he's not guilty of the crimes and he shouldn't be impeached.
see,
say
and
that- to
that's
say-
the reasoning I'm hearing from people who object to what she did. But
Mhm.
that you have to look at the larger picture. You have to look at the greater good. This is a case of possibly winning the battle but losing the war. Is the point?
Uh-huh.
Well, here
And,
Maya Atkinson makes a really excellent point here. Just because one side won't acknowledge wrongdoing, does that really make an action partisan? Which brings up
No.
a whole point about what's happening here
And
in
see-
the U.S. We've got the empire. We've got good versus evil, basically.
Well,
Politics
what
is
I
shot the
want-
fuck.
Yeah, what I want is for somebody to sit there in that impeachment hearing in the Senate and go, if this was a Democratic president, not a Republican president,
Would you
if
ask?
this
for-
was a Democratic president and he did these actions, would you vote for impeachment? If they can
course.
say, that's what I'm saying. But if the Republicans can say no and be honestly saying the truth, then okay, they're a bunch of idiots. But this is simply they are standing up for President Trump because he is a Republican.
Which is
Not-
why
Well,
it's partisan.
I think there's more to it than that. Personally,
I don't.
mean, I personally think there's a collusion going on. Really, that the
Oh, I do. I
people who
think there
ended up in the Republican Party did so because they want a particular thing to take place. Namely, excuse my French over here, but the evangelical takeover of the United States government is one of those things. And they are cooperating with each other in this. What's the word for it? I
Oh,
had
I know,
it.
Maya.
Sedition.
Kangaroo court?
Sedition is what they're doing.
Mm.
Yeah. And see, one of the Democratic women did ask that comment, and the Republicans danced around it, which means they
They
all
won't give a straight answer.
know that he is guilty,
Oh, yeah.
and they all know that he needs to be impeached, but they
Yep.
will not do it because he is a Republican.
Well, that, and I mean, given how many rabid right-wing religious conservatives are literally saying that he's like the new savior, that he was sent by God,
Mm-hmm.
it,
No,
it
it's
makes,
not.
it makes a
No,
certain kind of
no.
sense that they would support him that much if they really genuinely believe he's a new Messiah.
I think he's the
I don't know
Antichrist.
I don't know if they believe their own bullshit, but they're saying it.
He's the Antichrist.
Wow. Actually, no, that's William Shatner, but close. Might be one of his henchmen.
No.
I mean,
Okay.
if you look at the way, like, let's take what was the guy's name? The guy with the F name that got left the office because of a picture where it looked like he might have been going to grab someone's boob or something.
Al Franken.
Yeah.
Franken.
Yeah.
Al Franken was accused of maybe grabbing a boob, or I'm not 100% clear on what he was accused of. If anybody
Trump
is.
just grabbed a woman's pussy.
Right, and you know what? That's what I'm saying. Al Farkin, whatever. I'm messing
Farkin?
too here.
Franken.
don't-
Al
Franken.
Franken.
Al
Like
Franken.
half of Frankenstein.
Al Franken was accused of something, and the Democrats kicked him out because
Oh,
that's part of their principles.
The Republicans have no integrity. They will use whatever means necessary to
Right.
achieve their goals. The ends
Mhm.
justify the means for them.
Yeah.
Which is
Trump
crazy to me, actually, because they're like the most religious
Yeah.
wing of the government, and yet they're so willing to sin to get their way.
Well, if you'll
Well, that's
excuse
like-
my French, that's what their religion is all about. That's how they see their religion. Whatever we have to do to get it done is just fine. Lying for Jesus, that whole bit. Okay?
Well, you know, I was watching a YouTube
Diana.
series about fascism and why the Republican Party resembles fascism, is moving towards fascism.
They are.
And one of the things that they pointed out is that there is a paradigm difference between Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives, that part of the conservative mindset is that people have a destiny. If you are where you are in the pecking order, and they love pecking orders, it's because that's where you're meant to be.
Yeah.
And being elevated
that's
up a
dangerous.
level in the pecking order is like some major accomplishment, but you never want to go down in the pecking order. And so they will look at someone like Trump or any other billionaire or whatever and go, they deserve that. They were destined for that. And so when liberals try to talk to conservatives to convince them that we ought to live in a meritocracy, it bounces right off. It's so alien to them and their bubble that it means nothing. Our arguments mean nothing to Republicans because they can't relate.
Yeah.
Right.
You would almost think they were Hindu with the whole caste system thing going.
And the Untouchables and all
yes,
of that.
yes.
Although when I think of Untouchables, I still think of that Kevin Costner movie about Al Capone
Yeah.
or whatever. But hey,
Well,
No, that was Robert Stack. Come on.
Kevin Costner was in the Untouchables.
Trump should never have been elected. He had
Oh,
way
right.
too many sexual harassment cases going in
You
the
shouldn't
government
have been allowed to
Oh,
run.
courts.
I want
Let's-
to know how this wasn't the end of his campaign. You know, where he's mocking
I
the guy
know.
with like cerebral palsy or whatever he's got.
I know.
Right, that one,
That's the
and
thing.
I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and hold a smoking gun, and I'd still be elected.
Yeah.
That whole thing. Why didn't that end his campaign? And this is a rhetorical question, of course.
Right.
He,
should've.
he was useful. He is useful, and when he outlives his usefulness, he'll be gone. But
by that
the
point, our
nefarious
country might be in the pits.
the country is in the pits, dear.
Well,
We're pretty
if
much shot.
It'll be more in the
Mm.
pits.
well, if Trump doesn't like try to make himself emperor of the United States, and I think he might,
He
he
might.
will be in prison. He has to be. There's no way he cannot be in prison.
Well, there's that
And
whole
I
Trump.
saw an article. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw an article like a year ago where he actually sort of behind the scenes made this offer saying, I'll step down in exchange for immunity for
Yeah.
me and my
Oh,
family.
he did.
Yeah, he
He
did.
did.
And that's
He
one
can't
of the
do
things he's
that.
got to hold on to the office, because if he leaves the office, he's indicted
He
immediately.
has
So much
yeah,
trouble.
right now.
Um,
He has 17 criminal cases that they cannot try against him because he is the president. 17.
And this is
Criminal
the other.
cases.
This is the other thing that's going on. I'm not altogether sure that it's a good thing that you cannot try a sitting president.
I understand why.
So do I, but I'm not all that sure it's a good thing. And
Well,
let's say he does shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue right now. You can't try him.
Oh, yeah, you could.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the thing, though, is like right now, if you look at the Republicans and like how it's going to go down in the Senate, because there's no way the Senate is going to vote to remove him from office, to convict him,
Right,
because
right.
it's like again, it's way too partisan. And it's kind of like the line from Blackadder, where it's like he could stab a guy to death. And like 18 witnesses see him do it. And when the police arrive, he says, I'm glad I killed the bastard. And Congress would not only have him nominated for sainthood, the victims of the family would have to pay to get the blood washed out of his clothing.
Yeah, pretty
Because
much.
that's the way that this is going to roll, is that justice means nothing here. Evidence means nothing here. This is already decided. The Republicans are going to vote no on conviction. And it sets one of the worst precedents we could ever have in this country.
Well, it's already evident that we have the those who have said that they will have already said, well, we have decided that he is innocent. They've said it. You know, we are not going to vote for his conviction. Now,
Right.
this would be not jury tampering. There's got to be another
Well, when
thing
they
going on here that you could do, but
Collusion.
the jury is influenced, basically. And normally
Tampering with the jury.
that would get a juror thrown off the panel,
Yeah.
except that these are senators who are bound by constitutional law to make that decision. What I'd really like to see, I would really like to see going through the sitting senators, and okay, you've already said that you've prejudged, so you're off. You've already said you're off. Who's going to be left?
I mean, nonpartisan
Nobody.
objectivity is not a factor here. It can't be done. I don't think there's
Right,
any
right,
senator, with the possible exception of Bernie Sanders, who hasn't already convicted him or acquitted him in their mind. I don't
Right,
think there is
exactly,
one.
exactly. Yeah.
No. And that's the problem is, honestly, because the Senate is Republican dominant.
Hmm.
The impeachment is going to go through. They are going to impeach him.
He is
Oh, so
already
not-
he is already
Yeah, but he-
impeached.
Cannot be thrown out of office unless Senate agrees, and the Senate is not
Exactly.
going to agree.
And you need a supermajority to do that. You need 67
but
senators
there
to.
is one thing. The problem is going to be for him, and of course we already know he's already won the Republican nomination,
Hmm.
pretty much.
Hmm.
But I'm hoping that the U.S. the Electoral College has really gotten into their head that this is not a good thing.
Don't count
That
on
Trump,
Ah,
I don't.
yeah.
I hope, and because we cannot stand another 4 years with him in charge. We can't.
The country's back is going to be broken. If
Well,
that
we
happens.
can't really stand 4 years of a like moderate, right of center, blue dog dino
No,
in
we
office
need.
either.
Well,
What we need is a rabid and screaming progressive in
Yeah.
yeah,
office.
but we're not going to have
But I
one,
mean that's
unfortunately. That's the thing.
well, I mean that the problem is like the DNC has way too much power with super delegates. I mean, last election, Bernie Sanders would have won if it weren't for superdelegates overriding the will of the people. And it's going to happen again. I mean, they have been trying every candidate they can possibly throw at the electorate to like be anti-Bernie, to not have Bernie Sanders be the nominee, and they're going to fuck him over again with superdelegates. We just know it.
God, I
So,
hope not.
well, it's going to happen.
Well, it's
I mean, the only way it won't happen is if enough of the people unite that they can override the superdelegates.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I keep telling people when they say I'm going to vote blue no matter who, I'm like, then we're going to get a shit nominee and we will probably lose the election. If you're blue no matter who, that means that your vote is malleable. So you should get behind the people whose votes are not malleable, because then you'll be uniting with the rest of the party. I keep telling people I'm going to hold my vote hostage. I'm quite willing to play chicken with the DNC. And so if they want my support, they need to nominate a candidate that inspires me, that I think will be good for the country, who agrees with me on the issues. And if you don't do it, I'm not voting for your candidate. And that is basically telling that. And a lot of people have gotten on my case saying, well, then we're going to have 4 more years of Trump. Well,
I was about to say.
I mean, right, but that's the thing, right back at you. Because if you don't unite behind the candidate I like, the candidate I'm going to vote for,
Then
well, welcome to 4 more years of Trump.
Then I'm dead. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I don't think it's okay to vote blue no matter who, because we'll get another Hillary and we'll lose again. That's just not right to do.
I think you're misunderstanding what they mean when they say blue no matter who. What they're saying is after the primaries. So we vote in the primary. Okay, just making sure.
I know, but that's the thing though, is if they say that, it opens the door to getting a nominee that a lot of people don't care for. And if they get a nominee that people don't like, they're not going to get out to vote. That was part of the problem last time, is not enough people actually got out to vote because the candidate was uninspiring. A lot of people thought Hillary was just another milquetoast, corporatist, status quo loving dino.
Well, she is.
That was,
but
and that was okay for a lot of people. A lot of people were like, well, I'm voting third party or not voting at all because whatever, my choices are between 2 bowls of shit, and the only difference is the color and smell. And if they do that again, welcome to another 4 years of Trump.
Well, I suppose there is another direction to take, but I really don't want to talk about it because I like my freedom.
What are you talking, revolution here?
No comment.
Okay.
So I've already commented.
Well, the problem is even if you go with straight up votes, Hillary won.
Yeah.
But the Electoral College sweeps in and makes Trump the winner.
Well, that's always been the case in the lifetime of this country. That was to...
We need to get rid of the Electoral College.
Yes, we do. I said that 45 years ago.
Really,
I did.
My thing is, the Electoral College does have some practical use,
which is...
It's like, but if you're going to have the Electoral College, you need to break it up in the way that Nebraska and Maine have done.
That's what I think.
Right.
Well, okay, when you do that, you've essentially nullified its existence.
No,
the whole point of the Electoral College was that entire states could cast one vote in order to preserve the institution of slavery. That's what
Right.
it was about. When
Right.
they're
It
the small
no
states need a voice. Yeah, the small states were the slave states. So now
right.
that we've got
And
that
that's why
behind us,
we need to get rid of it. It
yeah,
no
yeah,
longer
yeah.
we don't have slavery anymore, so we no longer need the electoral college.
I've seen
Well,
people
and
say,
when they no, go on.
I've seen people say that, okay, we're going to draw these circles where the population centers are, and they're all on the coast and everything. And, look at this area in the middle. You're depriving them of their vote. Do you really want that? And it's like, hey, asshole, half the population is half the population, no matter where they live.
Yep.
So,
Oh yeah.
your argument is invalid.
Well,
Jesus
there's
Christ.
there's
That's the
I've
thing,
seen
people
maps
always-
that organize how many people versus how much power they have in terms of the electoral
I
college.
like it. I like
I,
it.
I keep trying not to say that, it's hard. But they were saying, like, here's how much power one person's vote has in this state
Yes.
versus in that state, and it's something like one person in California has like one power versus the people in like Nebraska or Kansas or whatever, they have like 37 power per
Right,
person.
right,
That's
right,
the
right.
influence that people have in those smaller states, and it doesn't make any sense at all. And granted,
Right.
okay, I can understand why those people would hate not having the electoral college, because it would mean that they would get their way a lot less.
Mhm.
But so this
Yeah,
country is
that's
not
it.
just you. This country is not just you.
One of the guys I used to work with back in the New Covenant group days was all about that. It was, you're losing track of the states in the middle. You're giving them away. That sort of thing. He wanted to see the more, but and you bring up to him that you're giving inordinate power to the guy in Montana, and it's just not seeing it, even though it's right there on the blackboard in front of him. But then again, this is the same guy that said that psychiatry is pseudoscience. So take it from there.
Which
that's
guy was
Said
this?
what now?
Which guy was this?
Bob Graves.
I don't know the name.
He called himself the unconventional pastor. I'm trying to remember if he was on the show that you were on when you were on the panel with the New Covenant group, because I know you were on the show with Dr. Jones that one, and yeah, he had quite a bit to say about you, and none of it was nice.
I
Anyway,
don't remember this at all. It must have been when I was still having seizures.
oh yes, it was a number of years ago. I think it was probably 2010, something like
Okay,
that.
that was a while ago.
Yeah.
I don't recognize the pictures I'm seeing, so I don't think I don't know.
He's that round, ill-faced, bald guy. Is that the one?
Oh. Okay, is it Robert J. Graves? No, that's a
Um,
lawyer. I don't know which guy you mean.
I'm
Really
I'm gonna find him really quickly.
Okay.
Well, the thing people say that annoys me is like they'll say, well, if we get rid of the electoral college, then
Oh.
the guy in California has more power than I do.
Here we
And
go.
No,
I always flip it on him and be like, yeah, but with the electoral college, one bumpkin in Colorado, I don't know if Colorado's a bumpkin state, don't hold me to that, has got as much power, more power than 30 people in California.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like
either
That
way.
makes sense.
it's a consolidation of power, to be sure, but I mean, that doesn't mean that the people in California have more power. Oh, that guy.
That guy.
Okay. And I was spelling it wrong because you said Graves, not Greaves.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he and I have some
no,
serious differences of opinion.
well, but it is true that like California may have a certain amount of undue influence, but it's not based on individuals. Individuals don't have undue influence. It's just like the fact that they're all together and tend to agree with each other.
Hey, Diana, look
Yes,
at that GIF that I put in, or
GIF.
the GIF, sorry, that I put into the chat. It's actually part of a great example of better data, blah blah. It takes that map where everything's red compared to blue and changes
Shows
it
it to
so
you.
that it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I missed the image. Is it the one that changes the population centers to circles, red and
Yes.
blue?
Uh-huh.
I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. Yes, it's a better representation of what's happening. Because
Mhm.
yes, the population centers happen to be on the coasts. That's what port
Mhm.
cities are about. It's pretty much the way it works. And
And not
I
only
love
that,
I love the
port
slogan where it
cities.
says "Land doesn't vote, people do."
yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. Because ears of corn aren't entitled to a vote. Okay, Nebraskans, sorry, it just doesn't work that way. Um, but you have the people who want as it is because they're getting what there it is. Yep. Hello.
Yeah, and the fact that those people in those red places have so much influence, it's
Hmm.
crazy. They should not. And
Indeed.
also, I mean, this
They
completely
have.
discounts how many places are purple. Like with the Electoral College, you could have a 49-51 split, and the
Hmm.
51 takes all. And that makes
Right.
no sense in any way, because, well, then the will of the people is even more subverted.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I think that if we can't get rid of the electoral college straight out,
It
it
needs to be
should be a
changed.
percentage. It should be percentile. If you get 41% of the votes, you get 41% of that state's electoral votes.
Well, in that
Or
case,
Yep.
and
at the very least, we should have ranked choice voting.
absolutely, I'm with you 1,000,000% on that one, Kate.
How would that work? I'm not familiar with ranked choice voting.
You number your preferences. I like this candidate best, so that's first choice. Then, if that candidate disappears, this is the candidate I like best. That's second choice, and
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah, you go by majority. But if nobody has a majority, what is it, Kate? You get rid of the least choices and assign their votes again by the way the votes were cast. Is that the way that
Well,
works?
I'd have to look it up again because right now my brain isn't retaining it, but it's something like that. It's like if your favorite candidate doesn't win, then you go to the next one, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like you don't have to pick just one. You don't have to just like all or nothing is not a factor anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
And I mean that would enable the rise of third and fourth and fifth parties as well.
yes, it would. That's the unfortunate thing about first past the post, winner take all, is that it does favor two party system. And
Mhm.
I did see the logic behind it, and I can't remember where the article was, so I can't cite it, but it's out there. Just look for why first past the post favors two party system, and you'll find it. It's in there. It's sort of
Well,
like the
and
spaghetti
Trippin,
sauce.
Tripin, whatever it is, Trippin Fool, I don't know. It would be Trippin if there were two P's. Makes two really good points that gerrymandering
Mhm.
has given rise to a certain amount of Republican power, and
Yes,
that's not.
yes.
I don't know. I don't know why we even have districts anyway. We should just have one person, one vote. But also, voting days should be holidays. No reason not to vote. I agree.
Right,
I
right,
completely
right,
agree.
right.
But also
I
in
actually
both
prefer
Washington,
Australia's way.
in Washington State and in California, probably other places, we also have mail-in voting. I've like
Yep.
voted weeks before the election simply because the ballot arrives. I can check off a bunch of shit and mail it in.
Florida has that too. Most places do now.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to vote, especially if you can mail in your vote.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy's right. If the Republicans had lost two elections, Maya is, uh, in a row in the last 20 years to the Electoral College would no longer exist because they would have
True.
voted it out.
Right,
True.
right.
But the Electoral College, I mean, Hillary Clinton won 3 million votes more of the people's vote than Trump did. She should have won the fucking election.
Well, one problem that I've noticed between, I'll say liberals and conservatives more than Democrats and Republicans, because the DNC is fucking crooked,
Yep.
is that you on the Republican side, you tend to have fanatics, and that tends to bring unity. Whereas the Democrats, the liberals, have a tendency to be a little more like, well, let's hear both sides. Let's play fair.
A little
Let's
more
hear
reasonable.
everybody out.
Mhm.
And yeah, exactly. There's that logic. It's kind of like atheists versus theists, scientists versus fanatics, and it doesn't work because playing fair against a cheater means the cheater always wins.
Right, right. And this is why we're
that's
screwed no matter what happens. The
That's-
the crazies have got control. Finally, they actually have effective control, and they're not letting go. There's one way to fix it, and we've already decided that I don't want to talk about it because I'm going to hear the knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things that I find most frustrating about Bernie at the moment is that he will not attack the other candidates.
Right.
Like
I'm with
won't,
you.
He won't really point out their flaws. He will
Mhm.
only say how awesome he is. And I think that's a mistake, a tactical mistake on his part. I understand why he might try to be a nice guy, but I don't think that's going to help his election.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. And
I mean, it would be one thing. It would be one thing if they were all doing that. Like, I've always had this opinion that elections would work better if instead of attacking the other guy, you were building yourself up. Instead of sitting at 0 and making the other guy a -1, you want to make yourself a 10
getting some
and leave
coffee.
the other guy's job to make him a 10 to compete with you.
Well, you know what I would absolutely love is if you didn't even know who the candidates were. If there was some way to hide their identities and all you ever heard was like a pseudonym coupled with their position, and that's all you get to hear. That's all you get to see. Like, even if they digitally change their face with like a deep fake or something, a Snapchat filter, because you can do that. And so now we're voting on the issues and not the people. That would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why my position is Democrat. I mean, they may not be great, but they're still head and shoulders above Republicans, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't get a Democratic president saying that transgender people can't serve in the military. You wouldn't get a Democratic president attacking immigrants so much. I mean, they're still going to but it's not going to be going up on stage and saying that Mexico's sending us rapists and drug dealers.
Well, I mean, that's another part of the problem, though, is that conservatives have an idea of how the country ought to be and want everyone to conform to it. Whereas the liberal side is, can't we all just get along? Even if you don't like each other, just ignore each other kind of stuff. And I mean, it doesn't necessarily work because the people, the fanatics, don't care. They don't want everyone to get along.
Right.
They
right.
don't play fair. They don't play nice, and they never will. And so trying to appeal to their better natures, well, they don't really have a better nature unless it's self-serving.
Yeah,
Right.
The whole point there with getting along is the fanatic realizes that he's outnumbered. So the only way to get anywhere is division. Make the...
Well, an iron fist.
Well, that too. As soon as you get a small cadre of people opposing the fanatic's done. And the fanatics have got where they are, and they're going to stay where they are because they're nuts.
Although I have to admit, one thing that worries me a little bit, there were a few people on my Facebook page who don't necessarily agree with my stance. And then there's a lot of people who do, and there's a bunch of like political YouTube channels that I watch that agree with me, that I agree with them, and all of that stuff. And I'm worried sometimes that I'm in as much of a bubble as the conservatives. Because to hear conservatives talk, oh my gosh, the way they demonize our side, the way they see
Yes,
us,
yeah,
and I'm a
yeah.
little worried that I might see them through that same caricature lens.
Well,
I try not to. I try my best to be objective, but I don't know. I
I'm
don't know if
already.
I'm giving them a fair shake.
I'm pretty
It's really a
sure.
hard thing to do.
I'm pretty sure that I'm already in that bubble because I'm going to be honest. As soon as a conservative opens his, and it's usually his, mouth, I shut my ears off because I'm saying, okay, this guy's crazy. He has nothing useful to say. And
Oh,
as
you
you
know
say,
how
this
crazy.
has
How
got
about
to
the
be a
conservative?
bubble.
How about the conservative Christian women who agree that they are lesser than men, that they are there to serve men? That's their role in
And
the
they
world.
like it. This is like, what? Ah!
It's like
I mean,
how do you avoid a bubble like that when the first thing out of someone's mouth is gay people shouldn't be able to get married and trans women are men? I mean, you can't stuff like that. You can't
Yeah, well, this is where I'm.
accept that.
This is where I'm coming from. It's like the one or two reasonable conservatives out there, and I suppose there are some of them. I'm ignoring because of the rest of them who are totally. And I'm shutting my ears off.
Well,
I
there's also part of the problem is there's two kinds of conservatives. There's the like moral
Rabid.
conservatives, and then there's the financial conservatives.
Well,
The problem is the
that too.
financial conservatives enable the religious fanatics because they're going to vote conservative anyway because my money, you can't have it, my money, taxes are theft, my money. And so they are voting on that basis, and as a result getting the moral fanatics, and like they don't care because it's all about money for them.
Yeah, be right back.
I mean,
My
if that
coffee's
was the-
done.
Now,
If that was-
Diana,
She's stepping away. If the issue was financial, you could work on that. But you've got a group of people who you've got the ones that say, like Kate says, my money, my money, my money, and then you've got the ones over here be like, okay, I'll use that and get my morals imposed on everyone.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things, though, is you actually can't reason with those people. I've tried, and
Right.
they don't. Well, I mean, number one, you will find most conservatives are the flag waving America fuck yeah people. But when I point out that paying your taxes is one of the most patriotic acts you can do, they don't understand it. But how
Right.
you are supporting your country when you pay your taxes? Because where does that money go? It's not being taken from you. You're helping maintain this country you allegedly love.
Yeah.
But to them, it's just my money, my money, my money. All they see is the bottom line. And even when you point out that there's ways taxes can actually save you money, like with, say, Medicare for all, they don't care
Right.
because my money, my money, my money.
Yes.
Right.
And then here's the
Here's
other
the-
thing too, though. We have to understand that liberals as well can be nutty. We can't have a world dominated by liberals because what you end up with is people who support Jonathan Yaniv. And yes, I said Jonathan. The waxing the groin person. Oh, you don't know about this one?
Canadian.
The one that wanted the pubic hair wax and was refused in Canada, and made a big stink and filed.
Why?
No
Because
idea
they
what
were
you're
pre-
talking about.
Oh,
They were pre-op, so which means they had the testicles and scrotum and all that jazz. Going to anestheticians to have bikini waxes, and then suing the ladies because the women said, "I can't do it to you because you have balls."
right.
And he turned around and sued like 3 or 4 anestheticians and lost the case. But now they're back in the limelight because apparently they've gone to a new thing that they're doing.
Yeah,
And I can't remember what that is right now.
And this was the one that was making comments about swimming pool parties and stuff like that with kids and
Topless swimming pool parties.
yeah, it was
what's a swimming pool party?
party that involved swimming pools. No, I'm serious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
I
they
thought it was
said
an
what?
innuendo for something.
No.
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 Literally,
Oh, in that
they
case,
were
a swimming pool party with kids is all right.
Well, it was topless.
Talent, which means men and women running around without a
Mm,
swimsuit top.
No,
Oh,
they literally phrased it in such a way that it was for like
Adult.
12 to 16-year-olds
Right,
Oh.
right, right,
without without guardians present. They would be
right,
the
right, right,
only
Oh,
right, right,
guardian
right.
present.
Yeah,
And
Yaniv is a piece of
no.
that
shit when you come down
now
to
that's
it.
a thing. That's a thing that happens in Canada because it's trans inclusive, which means trans. Um,
did we just
I'm
lose you?
no. Well, I lost my brain. Um,
transient.
trans kids who like trans girl. No. Trans men could run around topless, whereas in a regular situation they would be required to wear a top because they are biologically female and they might have some breast
Well,
development
they have
and they would have
the
some breast
globular breasts, and you don't want to see that. You know, I happen to know somebody who has to wear a top at all times because and he does identify as a guy, has
development.
globular breasts, and well, I knew another one until he had the surgery because he didn't want the breasts he had, but he thought
But
he thought he was
they
going to
have
die if he had them taken off. No, I'm not kidding.
uh,
Um,
Well,
but they
let me,
have them. But the children's guardians are allowed to be present, and it's all about the kids being comfortable in their own body. But their parents are present to be guardianship of everyone. In this instance, it was just going to be Yaniv. Yaniv has gone into women's restrooms and taken pictures, presenting as male with young girls in the bathroom.
You shouldn't be allowed.
The problem is Canada is a self-identifying country,
hmm.
which
I
I
go
have to
both
admit,
ways on this one because let's not forget I'm trans, and
mhm,
I have certain ideas that I don't want to be denied certain things that would normally
mhm.
be expected that a person have, but then you can run into problems, and I can't ignore the difficulties you can run into simply because the populace is not yet blind
Accustomed.
to or accustomed to or whatever you want to call it uh, the areas that I'm speaking of here. Um,
well,
long after I'm dead, things may be different, but they are not right now.
well, I mean, two things on that topic. Number one, whenever you get people like flipping out because there's a trans person in the bathroom, I want to know what they're picturing. I mean, has someone maybe gone through transition and everything involved in that? And I've heard a lot of stories. Uh, just to go into a bathroom and assault another woman. Are they going to do
No,
that? I don't bloody think so.
I don't think
what
But
they're
so.
I
No.
mean, I
what
mean,
they're
they're picturing something more than just going in and pinching off a loaf and leaving, and I don't understand why. That's my first point. Number two, though, I admit that I have a little bit of cognitive dissonance when someone insists up and down that they are trans and not even non-binary. It's like you'll get a biological male, a non-cis het male, whatever, who says, "Oh, I'm really a woman," but then does nothing with it. Where it's like, if you didn't tell me, no part of me would have thought that you're not
I
male
can think of a
and
couple
you're not
people. Yeah.
transitioning in any way.
Hmm.
Are you saying it just to say it or what?
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, and I know that a lot of people will say, "Oh, look at how prejudiced you are," but I'm like, but there's certain amount of reality here
yeah,
that that
yeah.
that breaks my brain a little. I'm like, so I don't know. I mean, I want to be accommodating of people, but at the same time, if you have someone who's completely presenting as male going into a women's bathroom, I'm not really gonna know what to think at first, especially if I don't know them.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people who can't afford all of the procedures, and I wonder
Right.
what to do in a case like that. I'm always going to be one step behind as far as where I belong. And for example, if you want to get really detailed about it, do I belong in the guys' locker room or the girls' locker room? Because I walk into the locker room like so, and do I really belong
Mhm.
there with the guys? But then again, where I usually go, do I belong there either? Because somebody might see something and they don't like it. I mean, I'm just for my own thing. I don't like disrobing in front of a whole bunch of people. So
Mhm.
I'll head into one of the stalls that they provide, and do my changing in there, and everything's fine. Um, but there are some people who would be rather uncomfortable with me around were they to
Mhm.
know my situation, or were my situation to be more obvious than it already is. I'm kind of lucky in the sense that I pass reasonably well.
Mhm.
And I hate to use the word because a lot of the ladies don't like that word, but um,
I don't care.
until I take my pants off,
Mhm.
most people don't realize. Um,
Mhm.
and of course, I'm not speaking this way or anything like that, so they don't know from any sounds or anything that the situation's a little
Mhm.
different. Anyway, uh, I love doing that, by the way.
I don't know. It's such a
Oh,
minefield these days, and that's
it
that's a
is. It
problem.
really
Also,
is.
it doesn't help that until quite recently, frankly, and even still to this day, when people are told transgender, transsexual, whatever the term is, a lot of people will immediately picture a drag queen.
Yep.
Mhm.
Mhm.
A lot of those single panel comics, that the political cartoons, the guy in the house dressed with the hairy legs and the beard and everything else, that's what a lot of people picture. That's what a lot
That's
of people
Mhm.
think we are.
that's the answer. That's the answer to your first question. What are they thinking? They're thinking, Tu Wong Fu, thanks for everything, love Julie Newmar.
That
But
wasn't my
we're
question, actually. That
well.
wasn't my question. My question was, what do they think people will do, not what do they
Oh,
look
okay,
like? Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't. I don't know because like every woman's restroom I've ever been in, there are stalls, and
Yeah.
just depending on the quality, you got like a quarter of an inch gap, and like
And
you
the
make a
interesting
ruckus
the
because
interesting
somebody's
thing is,
peeking, and they're gonna run. I mean, it doesn't.
and the interesting thing is, okay, let's say we have some lady complaining that some guy is in the room there with her, and he's got lascivious thoughts, and he's thinking about doing all sorts of things. What about the crazy lesbian who's in there and thinking about doing whatever to her?
Exactly. Mhm.
That never seems to come up in conversation now, does it?
Well, and it's like, I've
My
worked
my apologies there, Kate.
I've
Well,
worked
I mean, it would be awfully difficult just thinking about the mechanics of lesbian sex. It would be awfully difficult to rape a lesbian. You could group one, but it would be really hard to rape a woman as a lesbian. Cause like, it's hard to give tongue to someone who's kicking.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the thing is, it's like they've got this really unhealthy fascination with trans women, and they don't consider trans
True.
men. With
so
a
how the
man who
hell do you
looks like
think a
Buck
group of women
Angel
are going to
walking into
feel?
the ladies' restroom. You know who Buck Angel is, right?
Oh yes,
Not at
absolutely.
all, but I
Yes,
assume it's a porn star.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, he's a trans porn star, and you would not believe for 2 seconds looking at him that he's got a vagina.
Oh,
Right.
I've seen some
Do I
video
remember
and
correctly?
photos and even hung out with one or two trans men where you would never frickin'
Mm-hmm.
know. Like, there was an ex of mine who had a trans man friend,
Mm-hmm.
and we hung out at one point, and he quite proudly took his shirt off and walked around topless because, hey, he's a guy now and he can totally do it, right? And the only way you'd ever know is these two very obvious mastectomy
Scars.
scars.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only way
That
you
that
would
was the
ever
first
know.
thought that came to my mind was, how were the scars? Because yeah, I
No,
know
they were
so
so
many.
obvious. I understand some people can get like where the scars were never there, like you could not tell unless
Right,
they had really
right.
prominent nipples or something. But with this one particular guy, oh, you could tell it looked like he was in a knife fight.
Ugh.
And it seems in when it comes to trans people, trans men have it a lot easier than trans women because I think it seems to me that it's easier to go one way than the other.
Well,
Well, they
this
probably have an easier time passing.
there
That's
we
what I meant.
go. This is where I was
As I
heading.
understand it, bottom surgery on a trans dude
Oh yeah,
is
no.
never really. Yeah.
My
If I
doctor,
was trans man, I would not do that.
my previous GP had mentioned at one of the I called them Transy 101 things where those of us who are contemplating transition, we went for the legal ramifications, the medical ramifications, that sort. That's where I found my GP. What he had said was that the trans women have an advantage when it comes to function, but the trans men have the advantage when it comes to passing.
Well, their voices change. They get facial hair.
Yeah, there you go. Where I'm basically stuck with what began at puberty. I unfortunately I still have to scrape my face, and I'm never going to be even an alto as far as my vocal range goes. So there are certain things that just don't change along with everything else I'm doing.
Right.
So, have you not done the electrolysis? Because I have trans friends
Can't
all over
afford-
the place, and they got the like either.
That's
I'm
expensive.
not even sure really what to picture because
It's-
some of them they say it's done with a needle, some with a laser. I don't really know.
There are both. No, there are both. Yeah, I could not do the laser because my facial hair is so light, and the laser works only with the dark. But then again, electrolysis period, you're talking upwards of $60 an hour, and you're talking multiple hours. I don't have the money for it. There are a lot of girls who spend more on electrolysis than on bottom surgery, for example.
Yep.
Well, I mean, speaking to one of my trans friends, as I understand it, before the bottom surgery, you have to get electrolysis
Yes,
down
you do.
there
Yes,
as
you do.
well. And holy shit.
Oh,
Nobody
I-
likes a nest inside the twat. No, that doesn't work.
No, I'm thinking more along the pain of.
I
never-
didn't know that.
Electrolysis
occurred to me.
is just not comfortable to begin with.
Yeah, because
I've had it done on my eyebrows. Oh my god, it fucking hurts.
yes, it does.
Well, I actually have one of those epilators, where
Yeah.
it basically just tweezes the hell out of your legs like it's a lawnmower.
Yeah.
I know that
And-
will.
Holy shit, that hurts!
Yes,
Oh my
yes,
god!
yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. It is more.
Uh,
It is more effective than shaving. I'll give you that.
But-
Run that
but-
baby over the legs, and it's going to be a couple days before you get the hair
Oh
back.
my gosh, there are so many things I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah, but supposedly
wow.
it keeps your skin really smooth because you're not scraping off the skin.
What I was using was not, number one, it wasn't very efficient. Like you had to go over the same spot a lot for it to get all the hair.
Right, right.
Number two, it really hurt. Number
Yes.
three, it grows back at the same rate. So I mean, honestly, mowing with a razor makes way more sense to me. It's
Yeah.
just less of a pain in the, well, not the ass, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're talking. I had a comment earlier, and I think I've lost it. Damn, I hate when that happens.
I should mention also having a lot of Italian in my background does not.
Oh
help.
yes, I know.
Oh,
Been there,
my.
done that, am that. Oh my
we
god,
are
those
furry people,
long-
I have to
yes,
say.
we are. I haven't shaved my legs in months because it's just such a pain in the ass, and I have these long 3-inch hairs. It's like, what the hell am I growing hair on my head from my legs?
Well, if I decided to not be self-conscious about it, I mean, it's a lot easier to get away with hairy legs as a lesbian than it ever would as like a
Yeah.
really femmy. Like, yeah,
Huh?
it's easier to get away with it.
Well,
my
I'll tell
question
you
is
what.
I just don't
why
give a
unless
shit.
you're going to wear shorts?
Well, there's the whole thing. I
No, that's
prefer.
what I'm saying. I mean, because like, I remember when I was younger, and my parents had a lot of LGBT friends, and there was this one lesbian chick. We were on vacation with her, and she was wearing shorts, and she looked like a freaking Sasquatch below the waist. And I remember very distinctly her like comparing leg hair with this really masculine dude, and it was this big joke. And to be honest, at the time, because I hadn't hit puberty yet, and so really there was no hair anywhere but here, I didn't get the joke. I honestly didn't, because I mean I was raised by hippies. Hippies tend to not care about that sort of shit. So I didn't understand why it was funny that she had hairy legs.
Well, I mean, the thing is that I prefer skirts, but I wear jeans mostly because, well, cover a lot of sins.
Because what?
You don't see my hairy legs in a pair of
Oh.
Levi's.
Mm.
Well,
I don't
one
like.
nice thing though is that two things help. Number one, the HRT really did slow things down, and then I'm not a kid, okay, and as I've been getting older anyway, that sort of thing has changed a little bit.
Your hair growth slows down anyway.
Oh yeah, and another reason I won't go to a salon and get a haircut or hair done or whatever it is, because when, not if, when they screw up this time, it'll be a lot more than 7 years until my hair grows back to where it was. The last time I had a salon haircut was 10 years ago because of what they did to me then.
Mm.
And then there's this
I
kid.
don't know. Well, I mean, you were talking about like jeans and skirts and all that stuff. I have to admit, I don't have a lot of like obviously what we might call feminine specific clothing. I know that the line between masculine and feminine is blurred like you wouldn't believe lately, but I think you know what I mean when I say feminine clothing. I'm very much jeans and t-shirt, which works on a kind of tomboyish dyke, but at the same time, sometimes I kind of wish I had a little more femmy wardrobe.
It's not all it's cracked up to be. I being the busty person I am, my biggest issue is always finding shirts that fit. My mom's always bitching at me. I'm like, your clothes are too tight. You need to wear looser shirts because I'm wearing a t-shirt that snugs to my chest. Okay,
Well,
mom.
there are
if
only
I want
so
to,
many X's that you can have on
right,
that size
in
tag.
order to in order to get a shirt that is loose, I have to buy a 3X. And at that point,
Oh, is
the
that all?
t-shirt that is supposed to be
No, I'm serious.
no,
I thought it would have to be like
no.
a 4 or 5X.
No, a 3X will do it. It'll be loose and if I want totally to be no shape whatsoever, I can get a 4X. But
Well,
this when I get
Hi,
something
Johnny.
that big, the shirts that should normally only go halfway down my upper arm, the ends of the shirt go down to past my elbow because the shoulders
Yeah,
are
okay.
hanging so far down. And she doesn't get that, that's not comfortable. I don't care. I've got a rack. Okay, fuck it. I've got it. I might as well fucking flaunt it if I'm going to get something that's comfortable.
well, speaking from the camp that's a little tinier than we'd like to
I
be,
wish I could give it
I-
to you, Kate.
well, I mean, I
Some of it.
mentioned a couple of shows ago about that song called "The Boob Fairy."
Yes.
yes,
For me,
yes.
right? And one of the lines is, "Look, I wasn't wanting melons, just a cute curvaceous bee," right? And that's all I'm asking. But as a result of being a little smaller, I
Mhm.
can wear skin tight shirts, and they kind of
Yeah.
work on me. I mean, I won't say I have a perfect hourglass, but I got me some curves, and a tight t-shirt will
Yeah, you
emphasize
do.
those. In fact, especially if it's kind of long, so that
Right.
it's like a little bit below my waist, it looks
Right.
pretty decent, actually.
Well,
And so, I mean, again, this is another reason why I want some slightly femmier clothing. Like I like a lower neckline than
mhm.
this because
Right.
that looks pretty good on me, actually, if I may say so myself.
Mhm.
So, actually, it's funny. Like, one of the side benefits of being a mildly popular YouTuber is that after a while, like when it comes to your birthday or
Mhm.
like Christmas or whatever, your
Mhm.
Amazon wish list tends to start to empty out a bit because people will buy you stuff. And
Yeah.
one of the things that someone purchased for me recently, because it was on my wish list. Oops, hold on, not what I meant to do. Is this like sort of long cardigan looking thing,
Mhm.
and I've never really owned anything quite like it before. I think
Right.
it might work on me, but I'm not sure.
It's a
Right?
sweater
I
coat.
know that I look ridiculous in a dress. It does not work on me. I just don't, and maybe my taste is awful. I don't know. But
No,
I
I
think
like it.
this could work.
Hmm.
Mhm. Well, and
So
see, for
when it
me,
arrives,
mhm. For me, I am, if you want to go by inches, a 50, 40, 51. So I have what's considered a perfect hourglass figure. I'm just broad because I'm an Italian. I'm dumpy. I'm a dumpy Italian.
hey, there's some really slim and slender and hot Italians out there.
I'm
So,
not slim and slender. I am the I have the mom Italian. You know,
mm.
I've got the curves, but they're a mom's curves. Can't help it.
See, now
Um,
I'm picturing,
Um,
the lady where it's over when she sings.
okay.
Let me
Okay.
just put it this way. I could describe the way mom is in 2 words. Wide load.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, you fucking
oh,
rat!
wow, you are
boy!
so grounded. You are so grounded.
well, at
Hey,
least you
Kitty, you
guys
gonna
have got
turn the
curves.
camera on? Can I watch what
I've
happens
been
now?
compared to a
No.
tree.
I'm
Well,
expecting for Mom NATO to like get off the mic for a second, and all of a sudden,
no,
whack,
no.
ow, on tornado.
No, I'll just not make him his pepperoni pizza for Christmas.
Okay,
There
I'm
you
sorry.
go. Too
No,
late,
Or maybe
sucker.
you'll
Randy,
make
we were
him
talking.
into his pizza.
No,
Anyway,
Randy and Sloan, my stepdad's son and son-in-law, sent us this
Stuffed
Giordano's
pizza.
stuffed pizza. This
Mhm.
pizza is 3 pounds,
Oh,
and
Jeez.
it is like 2.5 inches thick.
Holy
so I'm
hell.
guessing it's not New York style then.
Right.
No, it's a deep
It's
dish
big
pizza.
enough that it
Oh
could
my
Yeah,
god.
see, New York style pizza is the only real pizza.
Well, this thing it's
If you can't
massive.
fold it, it's not pizza.
Oh no, God, you can't fold this thing. You
Then it's not
cannot fold
pizza.
this thing. No. Yeah,
It's
I don't.
more like a meat and cheese cake.
It is the
that sounds
size of a
appealing
cake.
to me.
It is the
Eh,
size of a single layer cake. And the bottom layer is nothing but cheese and pepperoni.
I
And then they
used
put the
to.
sauce on the top. Oh my god, they sent us two and it cost $75 just for the two.
Hey,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Well,
How many
okay,
toppings were on it?
just two.
One.
You said
Okay.
it's 3 inches thick, didn't you? We used to
No,
have a
it
pizza
is
place.
yeah.
We used to have a pizza place back in California where you could order a deep dish pizza that was 3 or 4 inches, and it was
Yeah.
the pizza and then the sauce and cheese and meat and cheese and then another
Right.
layer of pizza and then
Okay,
more
you gotta
toppings.
you gotta understand. Randy is a lawyer, and Sloan is a realtor, or is it backwards? That either way. So they are quite
Stacked.
well to do. They are quite well to do. So them sending $75 to ship us a pizza or two pizzas is just like it's well spent money. They don't care.
Oy
Just so you
vey.
know, we had
Yeah.
some fun with the leftovers.
You did?
Well,
Huh?
I'm
Huh?
referring to the other stuff that came with the pizza.
Other stuff that came with the pizza.
Do I want to know?
What
Huh?
begins with a D and ends with a Y and is frozen CO2, and it gives you
Oh,
frost.
dry ice. Dry ice. We did the witch's brew. If you know what that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Drop the dry ice in water and just watch it foam and smoke.
And then I showed Mom the screaming spoon trick.
Yeah. He had fun with it. He did his science experiments. So
Yeah, I hate to say this, but Trip and Fool, yeah, we've got a little bit of a discussion going back here. Because Chicago pizza is the only pizza. Sorry,
no, this-
sorry.
this had
I'm
crust.
sorry, but there is a place here in San Diego called Bronx Pizza, and they do it exactly right. It's the foldable thin crust with that orange grease that's probably from paprika and
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
and olive oil. It's got to be olive oil too.
I'll
Oh
take
my
a
gosh, their stuff is delectable. I mean,
Uh,
you go there and you order a porco, which is basically pepperoni and sausage, and oh my gosh,
all the
humana.
stuff I can't
But then I
eat.
try to eat like the fluffier pizza, and it's like a foam mattress. And don't even get me started on the crust. Oh my gosh, no way. I'm sorry, but New York pizza is
Okay.
the only pizza.
Well,
Let me get
the point with me is I'm the only person I know who eats pizza with a knife and fork.
You
What?
almost have to eat this pizza with a knife and fork.
Oh yeah, you can't pick up a 3-inch piece.
No, I mean the Bronx pizza. That's the crust is a little crispier as well. You don't use the knife and fork on that one; it's easy to pick up and everything else. But man, a Chicago pizza, you've got to have the entire table setting right there.
Okay, when I went to
It's
visit my
Giordano's
parental
pizza.
units this summer, we took the ingredients home to make a pizza, and one thing that absolutely horrified me when the pizza was done and my parents decided, okay, time to cut it, and they got out a pair of scissors. I was
remember
like,
you
what the
saying
frig are
that.
you people doing? At least use a knife if you don't have a pizza cutter. But this is how pizza should look. This is real pizza.
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Pizza wars.
Don't even get me started. Oh, do we even want to bring up pineapple on pizza?
Guys, I have the website right here.
okay.
I
hold on.
like it. Okay, I like it. I do.
Well, okay, I agree that in most cases it's an abomination. But if you couple it with ham to make a Hawaiian pizza, it works.
That's what I was
That's
going to
the
bring up.
only time. The only time when pineapple on pizza is okay is a Hawaiian style.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's what I do.
I can deal with that.
Here's the linky.
Okay.
But
Hold on. Even better, I'll show you a picture of this pizza.
You grabbed a picture, didn't you?
I am going to their menus. Catering.
one thing I really missed, and I think I actually mentioned this on an earlier episode we did, but it was months ago. We don't have that. I haven't seen it on the West Coast, but they had it on the East Coast. Was where you'd get that flat pizza, like I showed you, the New York style pizza, but every slice they had was cheese. And then they had a big buffet of toppings. And so you customize your slice. They put all the toppings on it and then put it in the oven to remelt the cheese so that the toppings all stick to the pizza. And that was amazing. But I cannot find that on the West Coast.
Okay. I'll link this in the YouTube chat simply because for anyone who wants to see the image of this fucking pizza, they show you them lifting out a slice of this pizza on this page.
That
That's
did
their
not come up as a
shipping.
link. The H is missing on HTTPS.
Hold on. Arg. I hate when I do that.
Let's see. Now that's
The Giordano's, right?
Here.
The YouTube thing.
Yeah.
that'll work.
But I don't think I got the same page as you, Talon. There.
Oh wow, that's a lot of
Holy
cheese.
shit balls.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
And am I wrong, or did they only put sauce on the top?
They only put sauce on the top.
oh my gosh, this is an abomination.
Yeah, I
Sauce
don't know. That
belongs
doesn't have
Okay.
under the cheese. Sauce belongs
That-
under the cheese.
Well, they give you an extra packet of sauce.
But it still looks like there's none under the cheese. That's where the sauce
No.
belongs.
I know, it's all on the top.
Oh, that was another thing that horrified me about the pizza that my parents wanted to make.
Mhm.
I watched the ratio of sauce to cheese that they used, and I was
Uh-huh.
like, no, 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 more cheese. The cheese needs to cover the sauce. If the sauce is coming out of the cheese, you did it wrong.
Hold on
Mhm.
a second. I'll be right.
And but apparently my parents and my dad's Italian. My dad's Sicilian and doesn't know how to freaking make pizza.
I know how to
what I like to make
better than he does.
What I like to make is lasagna.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Never liked
Oh,
lasagna.
yeah.
The cheese does not do me favors, just flavor wise. It smells so. The only word I have is acrid. I don't care for it.
Okay, now is the cheese that your family uses, is it like lumpy and not
It doesn't matter. It's
smooth?
the smell.
It's the smell, huh? Weird.
Oh,
You just don't like ricotta.
No, so gross.
See, I usually help that by putting in Parmesan and
Actually,
mozzarella.
Parmesan is
Basil.
what does it. Parmesan smells so nasty. It smells like puke.
really, that's weird.
Really.
Wow, Kate Farr, we cannot be friends.
And it's also it's the same thing with brain not work now. Provolone. Like until you melt it, provolone smells so nasty.
Yeah,
It
I
smells
don't
like vomit.
really like provolone that much.
Oh, I love
Um,
provolone.
What I
Well,
like to do
that's
is
the thing though. If it's melted, it's good.
you see, that's what I do is I take the cheese and I mix it all, the ricotta and the mozzarella and the Parmesan with egg and
Basil.
basil. No, not basil, parsley. And I mix it together. And then I smooth it on top of that. Oh, disgusting!
That's a real thing?
No, I did that in Photoshop. But given
Oh,
how many
God.
different flavors of Oreos they're making these days, I figured,
Oh,
what the
crap.
hell? Let's see how nasty I can get with this.
Oh, God, get rid of
and
that, please.
Kate
Oh,
Farr,
yeah.
now you got me thinking of Oreo pizzas.
No.
I'm sure you can do that.
Just-
Well, I
just
mean,
no.
I've seen Oreo pizza that was like an ice cream cake,
Yeah.
No,
But-
I'm
but
talking you have
Oreo
two
on
things-
actual pizza, no,
No, that
no.
does not happen
No.
at all.
You have two things of basically bland, crusty.
Oh, I know that's.
So this is what I was talking about. So this is a Papa Murphy's stuffed pizza.
Oh, I had one of
Okay,
those.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, I
this
like
I can
Papa
deal
Murphy's.
with.
Yeah,
This I
I
can
love
deal with.
Papa
With
Murphy's.
what you linked with, like the 6 inches of cheese. It's too much.
I know.
Uh,
I love Papa Murphy's, and the nice thing is you can go there and buy it with food stamps.
Oh, really?
You can?
Really?
Yes, you
Trippin'.
can.
I did not know that.
I-
I thought
Oh,
that
you
you
can
were
buy a lot of fast food with EBT, a lot of it.
okay.
It just you
'cause
have to
I remember
make
in-
sure that it's not the way it works is if you can find someplace that has cold food that you have to bring home and cook, you can buy it with food stamps.
Well, I mean, I
Okay,
walked
'cause I
past
remember an
Jack in the
era-
Box, for example, and they have a big old sign saying "We take EBT," and a lot of other places
Really?
have it too. Oh yeah,
I remember an
Remember
era where you could not buy pre-prepared food at all. You could
Mhm.
buy only ingredients.
Yep. Well, but now they're finding that it's cheaper for people to buy pre-prepared food because the ingredients themselves are more expensive than the prepared food.
Well, not only
Well,
that, the ingredients, you have to buy so many ingredients now.
Yeah.
If you're a single woman like me and
Mm-hmm.
you're buying all the ingredients for all this stuff, you're not going to eat the food you
Right.
made with those ingredients before the food goes bad.
Right.
Well, here's one thing that I think would be a problem with being able to buy things like pizza and burgers with EBT is, I mean, that's not healthy food.
No,
and you're
it's not.
going to turn into a total chubster if that's what you're
Yeah.
eating. And then Republicans are going to point to these fat people on EBT and go, see, they don't need it. Look how well fed they are.
Well, they already
Mm-hmm.
do that. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
Yeah,
sure,
they-
but this is just playing right into their hands. Is
Oh,
my
of course
point.
it is. Yeah.
Right.
I want to respond to something that Trip and Fool said in the chat. What do I put on my sketty? If it's not Parmesan, I assume that's what you mean. It's called garlic and oregano, dear.
Oh, okay. You've redeemed
And
yourself
cheddar.
right there.
Cheddar on spaghetti.
Oh no,
Yes.
no! Cheddar
No.
has no place
No,
on
no cheddar. It
spaghetti,
doesn't even
spaghetti.
melt right. God damn.
Ja.
If
Uh,
No,
anything, it's gotta be
I mean,
or
no, Parmesan is so gross. It smells like vomit.
but as
even
far
melted
as,
and mixed in.
It smells like vomit no matter what you do to it.
as
Okay.
far as
You have a
pre-prepared
sensitivity
food is,
to Parmesan, I think.
Oh, I
she has
have
a
that super
sensitivity to a
taster
lot of
gene.
stuff.
I
That
really
whole
do because
yeah.
for example, like water, just straight up water, not
think
even
it's bitter.
tap water, regular water, it's bitter as hell. I have to cut it with something sweet in order to drink water.
That
Like, say, sodas?
Well, I mean, actually, no. What I tend to do, like, I take, where is it? Do I have my? Oh yeah, here it is. I take this, I fill it with water, and I put 2 heaping teaspoons of Kool-Aid in it, and
Mhm.
that cuts the bitterness without a metric fuck ton of sugar.
Yeah, I'll do more or less the same sort of thing. What I'll do it with sodium saccharin.
Hey, speaking of drinks,
Take
should
1
I,
or 2 packets of sodium saccharin, throw it into the water, and it doesn't taste anywhere near as bad as the stuff that comes out of the tap. But coffee tastes better, so that's why I'm on the coffee all the time.
Well, I even have a filter on my sink to filter out all the nasty stuff, and it doesn't really help very much.
Right.
Actually, I was like, I want to say 30 years old before I actually drank coffee, because again, coffee is one of the bitterest drinks you can ever find. But I found these what were they, like Rockstar light vanilla coffee drinks, and I tried one because I love vanilla, and it was tasty as hell because they sweetened it and cut the bitterness out.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay.
And so, but the thing is, I have to put so much sugar in coffee to make it not bitter. Like we're talking at least 8 cubes of like 8 sugar cubes. So that's how much I need to cut the bitterness, plus the non-dairy creamer or milk
Mm-hmm.
in the
See, I
coffee.
can't.
Okay.
Like
would
basically, I have to turn it into hot chocolate coffee style to drink it.
would
See, I
Jameson
can't-
work any better?
What? Which?
Would Jameson's work any better? Irish
No.
whiskey?
No.
Ah.
I mean, okay, Bailey's Irish cream might though.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I wonder-
yeah, I know
I
people
wonder
who do
what-
that.
I wonder what Papa Luau would taste like to you.
Papa the what?
Papa Luau, it's a specific kind of coffee that has a very, how shall
Mild.
we say, unique processing set
Oh,
that is
that's
supposed to be so. Don't say it.
That's the civet.
Don't say
that's
it.
the civet coffee. Yes.
Civet? Like civet cats?
Civet cats.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm so
They're
confused
spoiled.
now.
It's a coffee bean that the civet cat eats the coffee bean and shits out eats the undried coffee bean, the fruit part of it, poops out the beans, and they go and collect the beans, wash them, clean them, and grind them and turn them into coffee. The stomach acids of the civet removes the bitterness from the bean.
Get on your feet, buddy.
I can't even begin to tell you how much I'm not going to try that. Yeah, under no circumstances will I be drinking poop coffee.
Not those ones.
Then I can't
I've
go.
kind of wanted to
We're the flippy flop ones.
Then I can't go because
try it, but it's like $95 a cup.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Wait, did you say wait, rewind. Did you say it costs $95 a cup?
Yep, something like that.
People are so dumb.
Jesus Christ.
That's like eating fugu levels of dumb.
And the amazing thing is, I'm looking at the thing over here, and a portion of the stuff, it looks like a payday bar.
I don't want to see it. Please don't show it.
So I just Googled it, and in order to get wild free range, it's $365 a pound. 1/4 of a bag is $95.
Good
Oh,
God.
that is as a poop roll. That's not even processed.
Okay, you know the first thing that comes into my head when I hear about this actually with these prices is like,
Hmm.
when people go to some gourmet restaurant and they pay like $300 for a meal or some shit, and it's
Hmm.
this little tiny thing where like the plate dwarfs it. It looks like a
Yes,
dime on the
yes,
plate.
yes.
And they love it. And I'm like, is that really that's not even a meal. Why? No. Uh-uh.
No,
I mean, at least this gets you a full cup of coffee, and I've heard that people
Oh.
can drink it black and it's not bitter.
Well, but that's the thing though. Are they super tasters?
I have no idea.
Okay, because
but the
if you're
one,
not a super taster and it's not bitter to you, that means nothing to me.
Yeah, no, that's why I was saying I was wondering how it would compare to regular coffee compared with this
now
with
that
your
something comes to
tastes.
Well,
my
I guess
mind.
we'll never know.
No, no.
Something comes to my
I
mind.
am.
I wonder if your taste buds would go crazy the way maybe it's mine, maybe it's everybody's. I love the Lebanese coffee, which is like drinking motor oil, and it is so bitter, it's actually sweet. Now, do you
That
have
doesn't
anything
make
like
any
that?
sense.
It doesn't, but it
It
does. It
doesn't.
does work that way.
I
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
have
keep
never
you.
encountered something that is bitter so that it's sweet. That seems like an impossibility.
Well, something else you want to try, and well, you don't want to try. You're a super taster. Sodium saccharin. Put a packet of that on your tongue and see how sweet it is. It's not. It's very, very
I
bitter.
don't
It's
like
very bitter.
saccharin at all. In fact, like okay, I like proper sugar taste
Mhm.
wise. I don't care if it's not healthy for me. It's like I try sugar substitutes and they're so gross.
They are.
Although I will admit, the first time I had a sugar sweetened Coca Cola, it broke my brain because I'm so used to the high fructose corn syrup,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
Oh
Um,
yeah.
the
I mean,
sugar
I
sweetened
prefer it
Coke is so much
now, but
better.
it was such a paradigm shift that preferring it
Yes.
at the time on the first taste was not happening.
Hmm.
Now I think it's better. Um, but like NutraSweet, for example, is that even still a thing? Does NutraSweet still exist?
I believe so.
Regardless, oh my gosh, that is so grody. And the sweet and low, disgusting. There's something chemical about it that doesn't taste right.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's not the sweet of sucrose at all. No. And as a matter of fact,
Mm.
this is the stuff I'm talking about where you put it on your tongue straight and it's actually bitter. And by the
Mm.
way, it comes from coal tar. So that may explain a
Well,
lot.
why? Why? It's so
But I look forward to April every year because that's when the kosher Pepsi and kosher Coca Cola come out. And
what's not kosher about
Hey, you
them?
might want
there's
to
the
check and
whole
see if
thing.
it's
There's
still
the whole thing
raining.
about corn that might somehow. This is where I think some of the potato candy comes from as well. Something about the corn is not kosher, so they have to use the sugar instead of the corn syrup. And you get it's really yummy and tasty and everything, man. Stock up on that shit. Oh yeah,
Mm. Although I gotta tell you, the whole idea of religion dictating what you can or can't eat is
it's
so
bullshit.
dumb.
It's bullshit.
I
It
don't get
You
is.
it.
know. You
I
know.
mean,
Well,
I
actually,
So I looked it
yeah.
up. I looked it up and it says that by the standards, the glycerin used in Coke is not kosher, even though it came from vegetable oils because it had been contaminated by the glycerin derived from non-kosher animal fats.
okay,
Okay.
that's it. No, but the interesting thing where you say you're not quite sure about how the food laws work, there was a Unitarian Universalist minister I knew years ago who said something that made a lot of sense to me. Said if you
Mhm.
restrict what you can and cannot eat, you restrict who can or cannot eat with you. And that's the surest
Really?
way to draw a bubble around yourself. If the person you invite to your table cannot eat what you eat or will not eat what you eat, that's separating yourself from them, and that works for that whole keeping yourself
Society.
keeping your society clean and pure and all that bullshit.
Okay,
he
I will
didn't like
say
the
this.
idea either, but
I will say this that there are certain non-religious, so they're like they seem borderline religious, ways that happens with vegans, for example. Because I was at my cousin's wedding in LA a while ago. Actually, it was more than a year ago now that I think about it, because it was like a week after the brain surgery. But like we have one cousin who is vegan, and she ended up dictating every restaurant we ate at because she couldn't eat anywhere else. And as a
Order
result,
fucking salad.
there were no restaurants that we went to that served anything I enjoyed, because every vegan place tries to be so hoity-toity, and there will always be these idiotic dishes where it's like, oh, that looks good, oh wait, 5 ingredients that are nasty, I can't have this, or even 5 ingredients that I couldn't have anyway because they would still cause seizures after the surgery, because I had to wait 6 months before I could eat trigger foods again. But the point was that like, unless you wanted a frickin' salad or one of those burgers that is not a frickin' burger because it's made out of vegetable crap, there was nothing
I'll
to
come
eat at
back
these
with that
places.
one.
Like eventually, I rebelled, and my parents took me to like a Subway and an IHOP for food.
All right.
Because and like my dad was here visiting a few months ago, and we were trying to figure out places to eat. And unfortunately, my part of San Diego is very, very similar to that. I mean, not every place is vegan, but it's like, oh, hey, here's an omelet that it looks like I would like. Oh, wait, what the hell did you put in that? You know, like the 5 ingredients sound great. And then there's some weird, like, oh, hey, this is from the forests of Indonesia, and it's and I'm like, what's the point? So I convinced my dad to go with me to, I think it was a Denny's actually. And he was kind of trepidatious because, I mean, he spent a lot of time as a vegetarian and only stopped because his doctors were like, you need meat in your diet. There are certain things you're not getting. And
Or it's going to kill you.
You've got to be very, very careful if you're going to maintain a vegetarian diet. Yes.
And so, but I mean, my dad was worried because he was like, oh, this is just like fast food. I'm not going to enjoy this. But he looked at the menu and found a whole bunch of stuff where he's like, oh my God, I had no idea they had this. And he loved it. And I was like, this is why I wanted to go to Denny's at Adam's wedding, because I know what I'm getting and I know I'm going to like it. And they're not pretentious as fuck.
Yeah.
So that's why I think my dad finally understands. In fact, it's wacky the things my dad will understand when he tries them at my insistence. For example, I mean, I've mentioned before, like I was raised without religion, but my dad was raised with religion. And he said, screw this Italian Catholic shit, this Sicilian Catholic shit. And then went on this religious odyssey throughout my childhood, trying to find what worked for him. And then when I started making my atheism videos, my dad was watching them and went, yeah, you're making sense. I'm an atheist now. I converted my dad to atheism. You know? So it's like I can convince my dad of things if he just tries them. And food was one of those. Denny's was one of those.
You know, the one thing that really gets me, and there are going to be people jumping all down my throat over this one, but I'm used to it. The one vegan who is in the group should not be dictating what the other 14 people have to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I did preferential vegetarianism for a while when I was in my 20s, and I liked it, okay, this way. I did it. But I wasn't
Honestly,
telling everybody, you cannot eat that. You know, it's like, go eat.
Well, I mean, it
That
wasn't
just
so
seems
much,
very
it wasn't so much
narcissistic.
you can't eat that. With Valerie, it was I can't eat where you want to go.
Then
Well,
order
yeah,
a salad.
that's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had it kind of backwards, but yeah, it's like you're depriving me of food because it's not what I want. It's like you're the only one. Okay, there are the 14 of us who are eating real food, so you want something.
Well, and to make it even worse, like after I got back from Subway, eating real food at Subway, I got there and my mom had ordered a salad. And some sort of little tiny inchworm fell off the lettuce. And I'm like, no, there should not be hairy armored things in your food.
No, there shouldn't.
I like it. I like it.
Gross.
Oh my! I
And
haven't
they all
run into
had them
that.
crawling in their food?
Well, I don't know if all of them did. I only saw one fall off my mom's salad, but it was still, well, not an insect.
bug.
It was an inchworm. And I mean, it was
Yeah.
minuscule. It was tiny, tiny,
Right,
tiny.
it sounds like it wasn't supposed to be there, that they didn't
Right. It was
clean the
just
food
yeah.
well.
I mean, I've
Ugh.
seen that happen on my plate more than once, and it's take the leaf and throw it or something like that. I'm fine with
Yeah,
it. That's
I
the way I
mean-
Well, but
grew up.
how infested was that salad? She probably ate a lot of them she didn't see.
I
I
don't know.
know, and-
I've been in situations where that was
Ugh.
the only one there, and
How do you know?
Still.
I'd say what my dad say and be like, "Oh well, extra protein."
there you go. There you go.
No, not me.
Well, there are
Not
me.
me either.
Uh,
No.
there are the cultures
There was a
that
bug in my food. I don't want to eat this.
there are the cultures
Right,
that
no.
eat mealworms. So
Something
Yeah.
Trippin just said. I mean, bug eating is starting to take off. I know there's cultures that will eat like
Yeah.
crickets and stuff, but
Well,
I have to
that's-
admit, with the changing climate and the fact that cockroaches seem able to survive everything, eventually it might be that's all we have to eat.
Well, there's
God, I hope I'm
people-
dead by that point.
well, I don't
There
know
are
if we're
people
going
who are
be
trying to
around.
push.
I
There
don't
are
know.
people trying to have us move towards a insect diet because they are very high protein for their size and yada yada yada. And I'm like, as long as you process it to the point where I don't know I'm eating a bug, maybe I'll try it.
I mean, I would eat. I would try deep fried mealworms. I would.
Under no circumstances, I will not eat any. Let's put it this way. If there is anything that looks like if it was, 10 feet tall, it would be trying to kill me, I don't want to know. I mean, I'm sorry. I look at things like crickets and roaches, and I picture Starship Troopers, for example.
Yes! I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Well, remember now, I was raised by Slovaks and Polacks. We eat anything. So, I mean, compared to what I have eaten, cockroaches and mealworms aren't that different to kidneys and pork blood and.
I mean, we're
Well,
not
tripe,
talking
tripe
about.
I will not eat. Tripe, no, it's like chewing on an inner tube.
Oh.
So
No.
you've basically got the Eastern European equivalent of haggis going on.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, we're not talking when they're talking about eating bugs. They're not talking about you going out and catching the cockroach under your refrigerator. They're talking about, farm raised,
Oh,
Yeah.
hygienic.
Still.
this is
like,
what I look
still.
like when I don't care.
Right. I get it, but I mean, sometimes people think when they're talking about eating bugs that they're literally talking about catching a wild bug. Like no, it's hatched in a farm room. It's grown in a clean tub with quality food, and then it's processed and you eat it.
The problem is that all
It
of
has
these
too many legs.
bugs, shit where they crawl. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
They
Oh.
shit where they
Yeah.
live, so they're eating their own shit eventually.
Well, one thing that like there was a sci-fi series I was reading, the Vorkosigan Saga by Lois McMaster Bujold, for those who are curious, where in one book a guy had invested in a bug butter farm, and it was kind of like these they were almost like bees. In terms of what they do, but they looked more like crickets or roaches. But what they would do is they would eat their food and then regurgitate it like honey, except
Right.
it was this sort of white, creamy substance that
Mhm.
seemed to have no real taste of its own. So you could mold it and flavor it and do all kinds of things with it. Make pudding,
Mhm.
you could even turn it into steaks if you wanted to. Just by shaping it and cooking it properly. And a lot of people rebelled, going, there's no way I'm eating bug vomit. But at the same time, a lot of people who when they didn't know what it was, enjoyed it.
Dude, that's the whole bit. I've run into that so
Honey is
often.
bug vomit.
Where you'll say, "Oh, how about having a try of this stuff?" And you tell them what it is. It's but in another
If you give it
situation
to them,
where here, have it. It's called this, and what is it? Oh, it's good. Give it a try. Oh, yum 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 yum
Oh.
yum 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 yum. Oh, by the way, it's bug
When-
vomit, and it's like ah.
When someone says it's good, give it a try without telling me what it is when I've directly asked, I say no.
right?
I-
Well, I had a situation like that when I lived in Montana. We were sitting around it was me and my ex-husband and his father. We're sitting there eating, and we're eating a roast. And I got a fork full of the meat on my fork, and I'm chewing up. Somebody goes, "You guys, by the way, you guys know what that is?" And I go, "No, what?" And he goes, "It's possum." And I looked at my
Yum.
fork, swallowed what was in my mouth, put the other forkful of food in my mouth, and said, "Hey, it tastes pretty good." My ex-husband gets up, gagging, and runs to the bathroom to puke it up. And he looks at me, he goes, "I was just kidding. It's just deer."
Oh man, I
Hey,
tell you,
pine, real quick, pine snake, quark. Sorry,
Eh?
I guess it's a TV show. I'm assuming that
Oh.
pine snake here meant the Ferengi, but this is a 70s comedy space show called Quark.
okay
So
then.
anyway, go on.
Oh my.
But there was this old TV show that I used to watch. I don't know if you guys remember it. Perfect Strangers.
Oh sure.
Oh yes.
The Wade
Bronson
Balky-
Pinchot and
Oh, hell, I wouldn't know the actors' names. But it was the whole thing with Balky making food, and they would start eating it. Oh, this is delicious, and then he would tell them what it is, and they'd all freak out. It's like, you've already eaten it. It already tastes good.
what's
Fuck
the
it.
big deal? Yes, and people will look at me. I dearly
Exactly.
I
Yep.
love beef heart. I love tongue. I mean,
Bless you.
slice the stuff and make sandwiches with horseradish and dill pickle and a whole bit.
Thank you.
Yummy, tasty. No one will believe me. You say beef heart. It's like, ew!
See,
It's just
the
another
thing is
muscle.
that I tastes good is only part of the equation, is the thing. I mean, there's also texture as well, but origin matters. I'm sorry, it does. I don't care how good it tastes. I mean, rat's asshole could taste like ambrosia, but I'm not going to eat it. You know,
I love it.
that's just axiomatic. Is I don't care if it's made out of crap. I'm not eating it, no matter how good it tastes.
I learned quickly, man, that if you didn't eat what was on the table, you were going hungry. I guess
Yep.
that's part of it. When you were a kid, you couldn't stand the stuff, and it's like if you're not eating that, you're not eating anything, and it's like okay.
So
I made the
on the
conscious
topic
decision
of
to stop being
Perfect
so big.
Strangers, gosh, I hope I can still find it. I did an animated version of the Dance of Joy with some of my characters.
Oh,
I'm trying to
I
find
can't
it
remember
here.
that.
I think you
I found it.
I think you showed
Excellent.
it at me. Yes.
It's possible. The thing is, I don't know if anyone will be able to hear it unless I move my mic, but I can pull it up anyway. Give me a sec here. Okay. Oh, nope, that's not it. That's the original. I don't know if I actually have it in just a plain old video form. I'll have to look. I might have put it on YouTube, but when I find it, I'll let you know. But yeah, I love Perfect Strangers. I know I've mentioned before that the theme song of Perfect Strangers characterizes the 80s for me perfectly versus the theme song to Friends, which characterizes the 90s. One is happy and full of hope, and the other is pretty bleak.
Yes, you have mentioned that with me around as well, and I'm kind of with you on that one. Oh man,
Yeah.
I like the comment that Trip and Fool made. Rat Sphincter
I
is just Dollar Tree calamari.
I can't remember the intro for Perfect Strangers, so I'm gonna have to go watch that right now.
Well, I mean, number one, I love the song, but number two, just the lyrics are, I mean, they're kind of sappy actually, but I don't know. It's hard to explain. There's it's very much like you can do it. The everything's in your reach if you just try hard enough. Whereas Friends is your job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA. You know, that is the 80s versus the 90s perfectly.
Oh man, Orla, you're right after my own heart. Pig's blood. Yep. There's a sausage called kishka that I grew up. It's made with barley, pork, pig's blood, and it's very, very tasty. I love this stuff, really. Fried and had with eggs for breakfast is nothing like it. If you don't like the pig's blood, have the stuff without it, which is called hurka, which is made with pork and rice, and it's in a natural casing and all that. Oh God, I used to look forward to Sundays. I loved that shit, and I just don't get it all that often anymore because it's not cheap. Hey, Jess, how you doing?
Okay, hold on. Let me present now. A window. Share. Okay, let me move my mic so you can hear this. Play all
Now we are so happy we do the dance of joy!
Yeah.
Yeah. And as it's just ending on your presentation, it's just starting on the YouTube. It's good.
But yeah, so that's my animated version of the Dance of Joy.
Yes, and I agree, Amiga Nuts. The 60s was full of inspiration with the space program. That was when we thought we could do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Well, and that persisted until the 80s, kinda. I mean, people may have been blowing smoke up each other's asses about it, but it was still part of the cultural zeitgeist.
okay. Because, okay.
Well, I mean, okay, as stupid and sappy as it was, We Are the World could not have happened in the 90s.
Oh, right.
Mm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I do appreciate having grown up in the 60s. I mean, that era of accomplishment, of exploration, and I know it wasn't all exploration. It was, we thought we were going to die, as Neil deGrasse Tyson has many times said. But it was that whole thing of reaching out and doing something. I appreciate having grown up with that. There are things that define you, Kate. The space program defines me.
Hmm. I have to say that the movies and TV of the 80s defined me like you wouldn't believe. Unlike the 90s where everything just seemed so bleak in terms of entertainment, in the 80s, even when it was bleak, it was somehow lighthearted. It managed to not be depressing when it was bleak.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
I'm not a fan of Blade Runner, for example, but like the sort of cyberpunk, proto cyberpunk scene that it's set in is kind of bleak, but it doesn't make me depressed. Versus a lot of the bleakness of the 90s, where I was like, we are just wallowing in misery, aren't we?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
And
I will
but
say. What?
well, I mean, you look at like two of the Star Wars movies, Tron and Flight of the Navigator, Explorers, and all of
Yeah.
that stuff in the 80s. I mean, it was all like, let's have a lot of fun.
I will say that in some ways my world came to an end in January 1986.
Okay, I
With
think I know what you're referring to.
yes,
Challenger.
yep, that one.
I remember that, and I was really young for Challenger.
I know I've told the story before. I was in 5th grade.
Let me see how.
Like,
When did Challenger? You said 83,
86.
86. Oof.
It
I
was.
was a freshman in high school.
Yeah, it was 20 years almost to the day after Apollo 1.
Yep.
Now,
I was like 7.
why the Apollo 1 disaster didn't end my world, I don't know.
Well, because it
Um,
didn't really signal the death knell of the space program where Challenger
Right.
kind of did.
Yeah.
okay, you very likely got it right there. Yeah.
There is,
Yeah.
I mean, once the Challenger explosion happened, they became afraid to continue to try.
Well,
Because I mean, like Apollo, which one did you say? Apollo 1 was
Apollo
just
one.
Apollo 1 was just astronauts,
It
and then you had
wasn't.
Apollo. Hmm?
No, go
Wasn't
on.
it? I was gonna say Apollo 1 was just astronauts, and then you had the Apollo 13 thing, and then you had, I guess, then you had Challenger, and with Challenger they were like, we've made it. We can send civilians into space,
Yeah.
and then the
McAuliffe.
first time they try and send some civilians into space, it goes boom, and then it's like, oh shit.
Well, one of my teachers back in high school, one of my high school teachers, got pretty far up the ladder
Hmm.
on the application for flying. And I remember
Yep.
he was telling me one day that he was looking at the television and said, Jesus Christ, that could have been me.
Hmm.
Yep.
I mean,
Um,
that's part of it. Is the whole is the when it explodes and it's astronauts, people are like, oh, those people were specifically trained. They were prepared for that. And then you've got somebody going up and they're not professional astronaut risking their life to explore space and advance human technology. They're just a grade school teacher.
and then I can't remember the name, unfortunately.
Krista McAuliffe.
No, 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 no. I'm thinking somewhere. The senator that was pulled off the flight line, who was going to fly next.
I don't know. I don't remember that.
Oh
I
man, I have to look it
I
up. But
remember that because of Challenger, Space Camp tanked at the box office. The movie.
huh.
And I remember watching it and thinking it was awesome, and I couldn't understand why it bombed. I just never made the Challenger connection, even though it was like right then. All I knew was I wanted to go to space camp.
Yep.
So I don't know, but like I said, I was in 5th grade when it all happened. So
I actually had the Space Camp movie for a while. It got eaten by my VCR, unfortunately.
oh, see, I have it on disc.
There's the one thing I would
Yeah.
dearly love to do, but unfortunately, it's a lot of investment up front, and I don't know how many people would want to do it because it's rather involved. But it's sort of space campy sort of thing, where you've got a mocher, you've
A
got
what?
mission operations control room mocher, where you've got the simulators and you've got actual people simulating missions. Um,
Hmm.
and you almost, well, not almost, it would be the simulations that went on while the training was going on. You would have a sim soup there throwing shit at you, and you've got to figure your way out of it and everything else. The problem is, as intensive as the training would be, it wouldn't be very popular now, would it? Um, which is the unfortunate thing. I mean, it would take a lot to train somebody to be prepared for any eventuality. And
Well, they
I
are.
have to
who's
admit,
got the time?
my biggest fear with potentially going to space camp was that I wouldn't be part of the shuttle crew. They'd stick me in mission control.
Uh huh.
Mm,
I wouldn't want to be in mission control. I want to be on the goddamn shuttle. I want to go into space.
I don't
yeah.
blame you.
Well, um, Mission X or SpaceX, it's a private company, is trying to revive the space program. They are launching their own rockets. That's what's going on
Mhm.
at Cape Canaveral lately, and we get a destination space on our Spectrum News
Well,
once a
there's
week.
a
So
NASA YouTube channel, and they've been like they have video of that launch.
yeah, and I mean, I honestly think we need to keep trying. We can't just give up. Yes, there was a terrible, dreadful tragedy, but that's happened in hundreds of things that people have done. both with civilians and military, and by
Don't get me started, because you know where my head's going right now, don't you? Trump and his
No.
space force,
Oh, that.
space
oh
farce. No, no, no,
yeah, no,
none
no,
of
I'm
that.
not
No,
talking
that's
about
not.
that. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. Um, but I honestly, I mean, think of how many cars were crashed and people died
Oh
while
yeah.
trying to develop the car. Uh, Crashes
Planes.
with the Wright brothers and
Yeah.
planes and helicopters. I mean, if they had stopped because of a tragedy, we would never have these things.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
eventually it's going to come down to the point where our planet will not support us anymore. What are we going to do?
We're gonna
well, I mean,
die.
they've been talking about Mars colonies for a while. There's
Yeah.
actually a sign up to go on a first Mars colony.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you know.
That'd be
And
cool.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you could really do on Mars. I don't think we can terraform it yet. We
I,
Mhm.
may develop that tech someday, but we don't have it now.
Mm-mm.
So I don't know what we would actually do on Mars,
I
but
don't.
it's about our only alternative at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
You terraform Mars. Remember that Mars has no magnetic field. Therefore, the
Mm-hmm.
solar wind is busily stripping away any new atmosphere that you create, which is why Mars has such a tenuous atmosphere now. Um, and it's like it's not worth to me. It's not worth the effort. You're conducting a project into futility.
Well, what else are we gonna do?
Do you want me to say the word?
Well, I mean, die, yeah, but I mean, seriously, if we don't want to give up and die, what else are we gonna do?
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of the reason I don't mind being as old as I am. Before any of this happens, I'm going to be dead and I'm not going to have to worry about it. I don't know. It's not that I don't know. I rather suspect that we're simply not going to make it as a species. Soon.
Probably not.
Soon,
Although
we're not
I
going to
gotta
make
say,
it.
in a way, I'm kind of looking forward to the Road Warrior apocalypse that's coming. But then again, it's not going to be as cool as it is in the movies now, is it?
No, it's
No,
not.
no.
When instead of desertification, you're going to be running into living underwater because most of the coastlines are gone. Well, I shouldn't say most of the present coastlines are gone. With sea level rise and all this other happy stuff, it's not going to be pretty. And I'm
Well,
glad I'm glad I'm going to miss most of it, or I hope I'm going to miss most of it.
there is a TV show I was watching on one of the stream. I think it was Netflix. That was sort of half comedy and half drama, I guess, called The Last Man on Earth, which is a stupid title because he's definitely not that. But it's one of those ones, typical story. The human population was wiped out by a virus. And why is it always a virus? Why is it never bacteria? I've always wondered. But anyway, and so
I
he
think
thinks
we
he's all alone, and a whole bunch of people then show up, like 5 or 6 people, and all of that stuff. One thing that happens later in the series, before it ends on a cliffhanger, God damn it, but that I had never really considered before is that they've been around for like a year. These people have been alone for about a year, maybe 2, and then nuclear power plants start to fail and start leaking radiation everywhere,
Oh
and they don't know
boy!
where they can go to live.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that's a major plot point at one time. Like they had to get out a map of where all the nuclear power plants were and try to find a place that's far enough away from any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
It's actually a
my!
pretty good show. You should check it out if you don't mind cliffhanger endings that aren't resolved. At the very least, you can go to Wikipedia or IMDb and they have an explanation of what was gonna happen, but you
Oh
don't get
okay.
to see it.
That's poo poo is what it is. That's a whole bunch of
Mm.
poo poo. Because I hate those the cliffhangers that are never resolved, and
Mm.
that's just
Because the
me.
show
But
ends.
yeah,
But it's still a really good show regardless. I really enjoyed it. It gets pretty silly at times, but it's also like it was created by and starred in by the guy who played Randy Wampus on How I Met Your Mother. which I guess none of you have seen.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, his character was kind of a dork, and his character on Last Man on Earth is also kind of a dork. I don't think I've ever seen him not play a dork. But one of the things in How I Met Your Mother is that he was trying really hard to get fired from his job so he could get the severance package he needed to start up his beer company, because apparently he wanted to be a brewer, and it turns out the beer was pretty good, and so his boss fired him so he could make it. But the thing is, he named the beer after himself, so he was telling people to enjoy a nice bottle of Warmpus.
I'd try it. What the hell?
Yeah, so I don't know. That amuses me, and I became kind of a fan of the actor after that, just because it was hilarious. And I was right to, because Last Man on Earth is pretty good.
Okay
Oh,
then.
Kate. Lisa made a comment to you on the YouTube chat.
Hmm?
There's a comment for you on
Oh
the
yes,
YouTube
thank
chat.
you. Yes,
And
thank
yes,
you.
we all were deeply offended by
Yeah,
what
that
happened.
was. I was not pleased. No.
I was not involved with it. I just saw the comments, and it's like, but I
Yeah.
can't do anything about it because I'm not a moderator on the channel.
I came
What
in.
happened?
I came in right after it had ended, right after Lucifer Almighty was kicked, because
Kicked off.
he was sort of asked to leave, but not so nicely asked to leave, if you get the point.
Yeah.
And
I understand he's now blocked.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
everybody else was supporting you.
Yeah.
You didn't see the comments that were going on after you left. Everybody was like, Lucifer, shut the fuck up.
Wait,
Yeah,
what happened? I missed something.
basically, I tried movie night for the first time. I hadn't heard about it until like I started joining these, and even then I didn't go, so I didn't know what it was. Every other Friday night is my game night, so I wasn't attending them much anyway. But I decided to give one a try for the first time last night. And within minutes of going in there, this Lucifer dude decided to start getting on my case for the whole babies are atheists thing.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And while I was willing to debate it with him, he decided to take it personal.
Personal. Yeah.
Yeah, he decided to start calling me stupid. He used the name Bionic Dunce, and I was like, "Fuck this shit." I thought this was going to be a welcoming environment, and left.
Now this
And
is the
then
thing.
I started getting private messages from people saying, "He's gone. Please come back. We're sorry."
That was the thing, is when you left me the message, I had thought that everybody there had done that. Remember, I wasn't there yet, and I was about to say, "Go fuck yourselves, all of you," because that's no way to treat anybody. And I'll even say it to Lucifer Almighty: "Go screw yourself." That's the wrong venue for something like that, and you certainly don't deserve what he was handing you.
And if Pine Snake is right, and he's one of Steve McRae's fans, fuck.
Oh,
Steve McRae
no.
is such a butt munch. Oh my gosh, don't get me started on
You
that
know what?
guy.
Hearing what you just said makes me glad that when I changed your name for a joke, I put pants and not because I was thinking that. Somebody said mess up a YouTuber's name with one letter, and at first I was going to do that, and I'm like, no, that's just mean. So I changed the D to a P, so it was Bionic Pants, spelled wrong. Because I'm like, no, saying it that way would be like, that's just mean. That's not funny.
Yeah.
Well,
It just, I mean, I wasn't even
People
thinking about
were-
that possible warping of my name when I first chose it. The origin comes from a cartoon show I love.
Right. Well, he offended a lot of people, and everybody was like, we need to get rid of him, and we need to get Kate back. Everybody really wanted you to come back so they could say, we weren't involved, we're sorry he did it, look, he's gone. So
And that feels really good, because I've been in situations where everyone's against me, and not necessarily because of anything that like I did or said to offend people, just because they were not on board with something I'd said or done or whatever, that really honestly hurt nobody. But this time, the fact that I was supported feels really good. I'm glad.
I'm really happy that they went ahead and did that because, okay, let's be honest, were it just me saying, hey, come on, it wouldn't have meant as much, reasons. And all those people saying all at once, please come back, that meant, means so much more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
and I
was
mean,
a thing
I
for
didn't
the
even know
whole
what to
night.
expect from movie night. Honestly, just from the name, I thought you guys were going to be watching like pop
Oh
culture
God,
type
no.
movies.
Okay.
Oh God,
Just
no.
Well,
just
'cause
out
that
of
is the thing. I was
the
expecting MST3K stuff, you know.
No,
just for the heck of
basically,
it, what did you think? Something you would come back to, or
Yes and no, but I don't really want to say why for various reasons.
uh-huh.
okay?
Some of it you like and some of it you don't.
Yes, I will PM Diana with why.
Well, I'm kind of interested too, but I'm not too worried about it.
I think she can guess, actually, but I don't want to say it right now.
Or tell us later after everything's over.
Yeah, it would be good to have a discussion about that anyway. Because I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about.
I'm curious.
Okay,
The other thing that you could mean was that I was there.
Well, it wasn't that. Anyway, check your messages. I just sent you why. But yeah, we've discussed it before in
You're
private.
making my curious cat go. Meow.
I'm sure, but right now is not the right time to bring it up.
I know.
Right,
I know.
we
Tell
can
me
bring
later.
it up
Tell me later.
at a better time. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I conceptually I like it, and I've done similar things before on Suris's channel. We were watching God's Not Dead. What's the one that Matt Powell did?
Oh, jeez, I'm not
Okay, I gotta let
bringing
the
it
dog out.
up.
Yeah, but that one, the one where they were interviewing the one atheist dude, where I was like, oh my gosh, you are not a good representation of YouTube atheism.
Was it Nakasuchi that he was interviewing?
No,
Raging Atheist, rather.
might have been.
That's the same guy.
Okay.
Kind of bald, maybe. White guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was that there was that whole thing with the person who we should refer to as Cupcake, like everybody else does.
Well,
I'm just
okay,
kidding.
but
was
it was
interviewing. It was the Raging Atheist, I think, is what it was.
okay. Well, it was. I honestly, I felt a little out of my depth on that, and I would have on movie night as well, because I'm not science people. I tend to deal more with the logical problems with people's arguments,
Yeah.
and so I don't think I would have been good if I like a benefit if I'd been on that show. But at the same time, I mean, I did enjoy watching it, and I thought it was interesting. So,
Yay! Well, thank you.
if you
Thank
guys
you.
ever do something that's less science based and a little more, wow, your argument's real logical, I wouldn't mind being on.
Okay, well, you've got me
Well,
thinking
it's not
at
all
this point.
science based. Sometimes. How about our purple balls of chakra? So, do you remember that one?
Oh, for fuck's sake, I do.
Yes.
Kate,
the red ball of karma stuck in my scrotum.
have
was
you, Kate, have
tornado
you watched
instead.
any Spirit Science?
Oh,
No.
God.
Oh,
No, I have not.
Oh my
God.
goodness.
this guy believes everything, if he is to be believed at all.
Oh my God.
It's all chakras, and it's Martians ruled the world, and Jews are from space.
Well, you know, Mel Brooks did a thing about that in History of the World Part 1.
Right.
Mhm.
But did you see a video I did? It might have been a year ago now. With I think I called it something like Pan-Galactic Spiritual God of Quantum Light or some shit. And it was this really sort of like hippie dude going off on very similar stuff. I mean, I don't think he ever said chakras, but he might as well have.
I think we have somebody naked in the channel.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh yes,
Andrew
we
McAuliffe?
do.
What?
Okay,
Oh,
let's have a look
doesn't have
here.
a wrench. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like looking at the chat at people's avatars and stuff going,
Well,
who's show like who dropped trow for their avatar?
Honestly, I thought the same thing.
well, it's strange because I'm seeing all these things go off, and then there's this one not blue name,
Yeah, there's
Well,
a
there's two of them actually.
that's a Psyism.
and
Psy
Sharp
Strike used to
Atheist.
speak of it
Don't
that
worry
way.
about Sharp Atheist.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay.
that's my alternate account that I'm using on this computer.
Oh,
Oh.
pati Petro sa pakwala ko patenti. Okay, fine.
Yeah, ish diddly out and dut and boat out and skeeter dot and wad out and chew.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
I don't know. I have to admit it's a little cruel and possibly even racist, but whenever I'm in a video game that has audio chat, like a multiplayer game, and someone starts talking in a language I can't even identify, much less
Mhm.
speak myself, I will refer to it as a Moonman language.
Yep.
And sometimes do my best to respond in Klingon.
All right.
What little Klingon I know.
There we
And
go.
I know that's kind of mean. I know that's probably,
Chow.
like I say, borderline racist, but at the same time, it's funny.
Mm-hmm. Bok chow.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not see Tria come in. Hi, how
Yep.
are you?
Yeah.
Yay.
I mean, actually, I have to admit, I have some weird standards for what I will and won't accept as humor, because I think you can make racial humor without it being cruel, and therefore I wouldn't necessarily class it as racist, if you see the distinction.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
I have an example of that I think counts.
Mhm.
I have a black friend. I've a few of them, but that doesn't really matter. And his father had just passed away. Not just passed away, a couple months prior. And he was back to work, and we were talking, and he was being mopey. And he started telling me about the funeral. And I could tell he was getting a little emotional about it, but I'm like, I didn't know if the proper way to say you don't have to. So I told him, I said, you don't have to explain to me what the funeral was like. I've seen Bebe's kids.
Well, you know,
And
there's
he
a,
laughed. He thought it was funny. And I'm like,
There's well, there's a Louis C.K. routine. I know I refer to him a lot, but he's freaking funny. Where he was talking to like he'd been, I don't know if he was on the construction site or talking to someone on a construction site or whatever it was, but apparently there was a black guy who had fallen asleep while sitting in a forklift. Right. But the way it was described to him by the person who said it was this N-word fell asleep at the forklift. And Louis, he was like, "What? How did you say that?" And so he tells a friend of his about how someone had used the racist word to describe a guy who had fallen asleep at the forklift. And his friend was like, "How do you fall asleep at the forklift?" Completely ignoring the racial racist comment. And so then he again, Louis explains to a friend of his, you know, I told this guy about someone who fell asleep at the forklift, and he again uses the N-word because he's saying this is what the guy said. And the guy goes, again, it's how can you fall asleep at a forklift like that? And finally he tells a black friend of his about this, and he goes, "Man, there's nothing worse than an N-word falling asleep at the forklift. Like no one would comment, no one would be offended at that. Not even black people would be offended by it." And he's like, "How is no one offended by this? Why is everyone concentrating on the forklift?" And
Right.
I don't know. I mean, he tells it better than I do, but I thought it was kind of funny at this whole thing where he thinks everyone should be offended and no one will be offended by it.
Right.
Well, there's
Because, you know, like we had this discussion before, the original use of the N word was
Mhm.
Niger. It wasn't
Okay,
what we've
here I-
turned it into.
Here-
Really?
here
Yes,
I
because it was used
That
here
back in.
I had
This
thought
word
that it
was-
had come from negro, which
Spanish.
is Spanish for black, and then
No.
that became, you know, with a change of vowel, it became something else.
Nope. It was something that was said It started back in the Roman times to talk about the people from Niger. And the original word, I don't know when it started, but I know it was a while ago. But it was used because of the people from Niger,
Okay.
Niger.
Okay, I'm looking into the font of all knowledge here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what they are saying in the
Mm-hmm.
English language, the word that nobody wants to hear, and I'm going to come back to that,
Mm-hmm.
is an ethnic slur typically directed at black people. The word originated in the 18th century as an adaptation of the Spanish negro, a descendant of
Exactly.
the
But you can keep going back.
Latin adjective niger, which means black. It was used
Mm-hmm.
derogatorily, and by the mid 20th century, perhaps in the United
Right.
States, its usage by non African Americans became unambiguously pejorative, a racist insult,
Right.
etc., etc., etc.,
Mm.
etc. So
But it also
we're not speaking of the nation Niger. We're
right.
speaking of or Niger. We're speaking of the Latin
Right.
Niger, which means
Right.
black. Um,
But I
And
went further back than that, and it does go further back than that. It is not just a Spanish word.
no,
It
the
is there are
Spanish comes
actually
from the Latin. Yes.
right, but there are
hmm,
actually comments of it back in the 1500s.
okay.
Now
So
Right.
the
Well,
one I'm
yeah, of
after
course.
over here is we see it a little later because the term is considered extremely offensive. It is often referred to by the euphemism the N word, especially on the
Yeah.
internet. Now, when you are saying the N word, everyone knows what you mean. So why
because it's
isn't
become
the N word as offensive as the term it's replacing? Because it should be. Everybody understands what it means.
Well, I mean,
right.
that's the thing is I think of a lot of the words that say fundy Christians will use in place of words that are like saying heck instead of hell kind of
Yes.
thing.
Well,
You know?
George Carlin, shoot his shit with two O's. We all know that.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, what's going through my head right now, and I think you see this coming, is Nigeria, Chad and Liberia, Egypt, Benin, Gabon, Tanzania, Somalia, Kenya, and Mali, Sierra
Uh-huh.
Leone, and Algeria, Dahomey, Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Zaire. Yeah, because we
Hmm.
mentioned Niger a lot, and that's all that I can think right now.
Oh,
Right.
yay.
So, but the question then becomes
Where
back
does that
to is
song
what
come
does
from?
Animaniacs?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Yakko's
But
world.
Okay.
so, but the question becomes what does Niger mean in in the name of the river?
Don't
Because
know.
yes, it may have been used as a description for an area, but it was an area in Africa, and so turning someone's I'm not sure I'm wording it right. Given that the word is yes, it's based off the name of a river and it's a country, but it's also so close to other words other words that mean black. It would seem to me that it would probably mean that the river is the Black River, but it probably something more like Great River or something.
Yeah, and then there's the other one, Kate. You're absolutely right about that one. She said she got blocked by someone for explaining that Oriental wasn't always taken as offensive. In my lifetime, it was not taken as offensive. Oriental simply meant from the East.
Hmm. Well, but now people are like, I'm not a rug. And it's like,
Yes,
no,
absolutely.
you're not. But so,
And that,
I mean, we've gone over this before
yes, we
in
have,
previous
and
episodes, but it
you
still rankles a bit.
you can't go over it too often because there's
Mhm.
that whole point that's to be made there. I mean, I'm in a group that takes offense to a certain word. Um, I am
Hmm.
transgendered. Okay,
Right.
I am. There's this thing
Hmm.
called a participial adjective.
Hmm.
The verb of which the participle is formed is gender, which means to assign a gender to.
Right.
It's the same sort of verb as hand. When you speak of Sandy Koufax, a left-handed pitcher, and I've been in arguments with people who gave me shit that nobody ever said that. Listen
Right.
to Vince Scully.
Well, I mean, when someone says transgender, what I'm picturing is a trans that genders.
There you go.
It sounds like a noun.
And there's
One who. Yeah. Anyway.
and there's actually I have to find a way to define it so it makes sense. There's a place for transgender as an adjective. I would not say transgender. I'm sorry. I would not say transgendered law. Speaking of law that applies to transgendered people.
I can picture it as a synonym for transition. You are transgendering. You are in the process of your transgender, like saying transition. I can see that.
Okay.
Yeah, or he wants to go through transgender surgery.
Right, because the surgery itself was not assigned the wrong gender.
Right.
Yeah. So there's the place for both of them, but you've got Glad is doing this thing, and then you've got what was the other one that I was thinking of, and I immediately where they're trying to force a change onto language that doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
What do you mean? Well, because whenever somebody has explained the word transgender to me, it's trans meaning to cross from one side to the other.
That's another way
Trans
to take
as
it.
as the word. It's trans isn't short for transition. It is the prefix trans,
from the Latin
cross over.
And when you think about it, when you really think about it, transsexual makes a lot more sense because your gender didn't change.
Right, you've got a point.
You're
got a point.
You're altering your body to match the gender that's already there.
Yep.
So transsexual makes a million times more sense.
Yeah. And we're losing a lot, in my personal opinion, and I know most people think I'm full of shit, and maybe I am, but we're losing a lot by this insistence on the words and not using words and using words. And because, hey, glad we already know that nobody did anything to us to make us the way we are, just the same way nobody did anything to Sandy Koufax to make his left hand dominant. It's the same principle. But somebody decided they were going to be a snowflake and not accept the common usage, which there's nothing wrong about it.
It's manufactured outrage culture
Hello,
that bothers
that's
me.
what
I mean, anyone who knows me knows that I'm a rabid and screaming liberal over here, left winger, and I scream for tolerance and all of that. But when something wasn't offensive and you decide to be offended by it anyway, when no one was hurting you by it, I'm sorry, you've crossed the friggin' line. You really have. And and don't get me started on the word snowflake, because, okay, I understand that its origin is apparently from Fight Club, and apparently it meant something different in the movie than the way people are using it now. But I see people getting on folks' cases going, you know what that originally meant, don't you? And I'm like, yeah, but how's it being used now?
What originally meant?
I mean, people are not meaning the weird sort of like snarky version that was in Fight Club. Nowadays, people just mean you're a wuss.
Is that what snowflake is meaning?
Well, more or less. I mean, it also means like you're too fragile.
Yes, there's the word I was going to say. Sensitive, fragile, that sort of thing.
You feel like you're snowflekes are individuals, and so you're so special, basically.
Okay, so my son is a snowflake.
Shut up, Clarion.
I don't remember the exact.
And I'm a blizzard.
I've seen that thing happen before. Like they two recent examples of that where there's like, did you know the root of that? I'm like, I don't care what the root of it is. I care how I'm using it now. Is the ice cream song? Like, you know, the ice cream trucks that run down the street and they're
Turkey in the straw.
yeah, turkey in the straw. Well, originally that was for N-word loves a watermelon. Ha 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 was what the words were. And then, well, it's the tune. So there was a song called N-word loves a watermelon that used the same tune. And so they're like, you know, that's a racist song, right? And I'm like, no, it's not. It's the ice cream truck song.
Yeah.
Well, you know that catch a tiger by the tail.
No,
That's
there
the
was
other one I
there
was
was
gonna bring
another word.
Catch a
yes.
tiger by
Tiger is a
Yeah.
I did
substitute
toe.
for another
Tail,
word.
yeah, tail was toe, and tiger. Well, it ended with the same two letters.
Pretty much.
Right.
And there was the other one that I grew up with. You know, Brazil nuts, right?
Yes.
You know what else? You know what else they were called? Uh-huh.
Entos.
Yep.
My
Oh,
grandma
I thought they
never.
were called filberts. Maybe I'm wrong.
If
No, they're
if I
not.
remember
No.
correctly, a filbert was synonymous with a hazelnut.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep those
Yeah, the
straight sometimes.
ento
But
comment because Brazil nuts are brown, long, and fat at one
They're
end.
very dark brown, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Yeah, when they're in the shell.
Almost black.
so I found the thing here with snowflake. It says, when people call you a snowflake, just remember they're quoting Fight Club, a satire written by a gay man about how male fragility causes men to destroy themselves, resent society, and become radicalized, and that Tyler Durden isn't the hero, but a personification of the main character's mental illness, and that his snowflake speech is a dig at how fascists use dehumanizing language to breed loyalty from insecure people. So basically, people who say snowflake as an insult are quoting a domestic terrorist who blows up skyscrapers because he's insecure about how good he is in bed. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what people mean by it, so shut up.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Okay.
it's like if people don't mean that when they use the word, and it doesn't mean that in the cultural zeitgeist anymore, well, pointing out the origin is not the best idea you ever had.
And
It's kind of
then-
like, I'll be honest, every year on Facebook, I dread Christmas time because of the absolute glut of people who point out, oh, by the way, it was the solstice. Originally, they stole, like they stole Christmas from Yule and all that stuff. And
Well,
I'm
they
like,
did,
guys,
but so what?
well, sure. Well, I mean, it's like, okay, you said that last year and the 5 years
Yeah, I mean,
before.
big
Give it a
deal.
rest already.
Yeah, you've been saying
it's old.
it ad
Oh.
nauseum.
That's what I wanted to do, and I forgot to do it. We all know purple rhymes with orange, do we not?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
He put out a wonderful video last night. Which
He posted the poem alone if you want to read that.
well, the other stuff that goes along with it is I liked as well. That every culture has some sort of celebration over the return of the light. It's not a contrived holiday the way so many others are. Everybody's got it. So it's something that we all share, no matter what the differences are in how we do it. And yeah, I absolutely love it.
I just like the part where people buy me things.
There you go. I love the way you call it giftmas. I really do. It's,
I'm surprised I'm the only one I've ever seen do it.
you're one of the very few I've ever seen do it. I may have heard it once or twice in my younger days, but not all that popular. But I love the way you do it. It's it has that wonderful thing going on.
And I wasn't lying. If I had 50 times my current wealth, I would totally buy you that $5,000 chair.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Well, I mean, we've talked about it before about people who have obscene amounts of wealth and realizing if I had, several $billion, what I would do with it, like help fix Flint, Michigan and all of that.
There you go.
I'd also buy my friends a lot of gifts.
I don't know what I would do with that chair, to tell you the absolute truth. I mean, okay, maybe if it had afterburners. Oh, I should look it up again. I posted it in my Twitter a couple days ago. It's an insane office chair. I don't know who would even want such a thing. It
It's
had
gonna have like refrigerators in the arms or something.
Yeah, I was looking for all sorts of bells and whistles. It was a $3,500 office chair.
Oh, good
Wow.
golly, Miss Molly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I very until I found it like cheaper on like eBay or something. I almost spent $200 on a backpack once. I mean, it
oh
was a
my, what
special
did it
backpack.
have?
It basically looked like something that would have. Well, I mean, it was based on what the I'm trying to remember what they're called now. Not the Survivor, whatever, but from Fallout, the Fallout series, the character you play. It's designed after the Vault Dweller
Oh,
outfit,
mm-hmm. Talon knows
and
what it is. The
it's I cannot remember what you're
yeah.
called. It's like it's not Survivor. It's something else, and I can't remember.
Lone
The new
Wanderer.
Cola
Are you?
No,
What are you
backpack.
trying to name? I'm sorry, the backpack.
the character you play from Fallout. There's a
Which
name for
one?
that.
There's like 7 names. Each one is given a different title.
From Fallout 4.
Yeah, four.
Oh,
Like
the Lone Survivor.
Survivor backpack.
I swear there's another name for that, not Lone Survivor. I swear. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Hold on a sec. I'll get the backpack.
Oh, there's such a controversy about that thing.
Okay, here. It's this.
Let me see.
Oh,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's very much a Vault Dweller thing. It's got the Vault Tech logo up here. The Nuka Cola caps were actually extra items. I had to buy those separately.
All
but,
right.
Yeah. And it's got these pouches on the side, and I when I saw it, I was like, oh, I need this because I adore Fallout. So
Well, plus the stuff it has looks pretty useful. I love those pouches.
Mhm.
The one I don't like, my backpack has a net pouch, and I would carry my transistor radio. Yeah, who's got transistor radios anymore? I'd carry it in
Right.
there until one day it fell out when I set the thing down in the supermarket a certain way. And happily, the management saw it there, and because there was the radio and there was my fare card for the bus that fell out of this net thing, and happily they saw it. And um, I don't think I gave them a call and said, "Hey, did you see? Yes, we did. Come on down and get it." Yeah, it was really wonderful. But yeah, I'd like something that worked better than what I have. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh
Survival
boy.
Instinct backpack.
That over
I
there.
heard-
the,
I heard about this book, and when you said transistor radio, I had to.
Absolutely. What I've been wanting to do, and I've never got around to doing it. Do you know the schematic symbols? For electrical components. When you
No.
draw the circuits out, you don't. Okay. A transistor has.
Oh
a
wait! You said schematic. That is so not what I heard. I heard schematic, and I was like, "Is that from Scandinavia?" I was so
Oh,
confused.
okay. Are you familiar with the symbol for a transistor in the
Not off the
circuitry?
top of my head, but
It's,
I
it's it's basically a
yeah.
bar with a wire coming up to the bottom, and then two more going off
Yep.
at angles, and it looks so much to me like the transgender symbol that I need to make a T-shirt to sort of meld the two, and just have that there, and whoever gets it gets a brownie point. A transistor, that sort of thing.
Well,
Mhm.
what's funny to me because I decided to look it up on Google image search is that the one I found is not just a transistor, but it's actually bipolar.
Yes. Yeah, because you've got that
So
there. So the arrow, kind of like the male arrow that they've got going there, and the only thing it needs is the arrow and the cross combined. But let everybody else figure that one out.
I'm
Someday I'll get
looking at
around.
some of
Someday I'll
these
get around to it.
diagrams, and some of them get pretty complicated. I don't know a lot
Yeah.
about circuitry, but
I miss fooling around with that stuff. The day was that I could go down to the local Radio Shack, a 20-minute walk away, get whatever components I wanted, and I had the breadboard and everything else, and just fool around with the circuitry and get something that would, make your toast and signal the space station at the same time. And you can't do that anymore. You cannot go to the local store and get transistors and resistors and capacitors and all this other happy
well,
stuff.
I was
Um,
pretty disappointed when Radio Shack went out of business because it was really there was one right next to me when I first moved here, and it would have been really handy because now I have to either pay $5 for Lyft or do an hour-long walk to Best Buy to get computer parts.
Hmm.
oh my! I don't even do the Best Buy computer parts anymore. Well, it appears that the Best Buy near me just recently closed. I was down at that shopping center a couple of days ago, um, and I walked past it and saw the sign. We're not gone. We just moved. But it seems that store wasn't getting play, so that's gone. But I always found that they were overpriced. I mean, I'd go in there looking for a USB cable or something, and for a 6 foot cable, they'd want like $15 or something. When if I wanted to wait a little longer, just do the mail order thing with Newegg, and I could have it for $1.50. So that's kind of how I fell out of Best Buy. I used to go down there quite a lot. My tripod came from Best Buy. $35 for a very serviceable tripod that's lasted me quite a few years. And
Well,
the
what?
hmm?
Well, I mean, go on. I've just
Oh,
got a thing to
the
say.
stereo amplifier I have up here came from Best Buy. It was 100 and a half
Mm.
for a reasonably serviceable stereo amplifier. Bought that when I moved into the
I
previous
had
place.
Well,
Oh darn!
not not just not just Radio Shack. Well, I mean, not just Bed, but I've talked before about having the TRS-80 Coco 2, right? But I'd forgotten because I was trying to find a picture of that because they were sold by Radio Shack,
I remember
right?
those. Oh, I remember those.
But I also had this one. And I remember so distinctly, like it could make one sound. And it was a very sort of sickly wah sound. Like every time you made an error or you tried to backspace too many spaces and it wanted to let you know, it would make this sort of like mechanized duck quack sound. It'd be me like that. And so I mean I remember that so distinctly. And we're talking Radio Shack here, and that is a computer I remember having.
Mm-hmm. Friend of mine had
Remember
one of
those five
those.
and a quarter floppy drives?
Oy vey, I remember. The friend of mine had one of those
I
when
my
my
uncle used to work at Radio Shack. Used to have Tandy PCs all the time.
hmm
yeah, back
Although I
when
always wanted a Commodore 64, and my parents would not get one for me.
what I
Mm.
wanted was the Heathkit computer, the one that you assembled yourself.
I don't know that one.
This was back mid to late 70s. It was essentially a PDP-8 that was marketed by this Heathkit store, um,
Hmm.
which you could buy anything, as a kit from this Heathkit place. And yeah, I think it was something like $5,000
Oh my
for the
God.
computer back in 1976, something like that.
Wow. Mm.
It was on the expensive side, and then of course there was only this, as you would term it now, the CPU.
Mhm.
You still had to buy the deck writer, the input output. You still had to buy whatever storage. So by the time you got through with it, you could spend $10,000-$12,000 on
Yeah.
a functional computer this way. But it was a functional computer. It was a real computer, not one of these
Mhm.
toys that they had out at the time. And sorry for the people who liked them, but I was always impressed with the very very early computers as toys, because I was actually so lucky as to work on the commercial machines, the Hewlett
Well, I
Packard.
mean, I remember, I mean, there's a movie I absolutely adore from like 1984 or 1986 called Explorers, directed by Joe Dante. Very first movie that Ethan Hawke was ever in.
I
And
remember that movie.
there was a scene in there where like River Phoenix was playing the geeky kid, the nerdy kid,
Yep.
right? And he had a computer, which back then was kind of unusual. And I remember watching it recently, and Ethan Hawke's character Ben was going, "It doesn't make him so smart just because he has a computer." And nowadays, everybody has a computer, but at that time, I was one of the only kids in school who had a computer. And it wasn't just like I started out with the Trash 80 Coco too. That was just up on the screen. But because my dad was working at a computer store that he and a friend had started
Yes.
as a business, I had a very early IBM PC back when everything was monochrome, right?
Yes.
But before CGA was even a thing.
Oh
And so
my,
I
okay.
grew up from when my age was still in the single digits with computers as part of my world, which honestly helped me like transition to today's world so much easier than a lot of people.
I was really
But
really lucky, yeah, because
I remember very distinctly a teacher rejecting my paper that I had written because it wasn't handwritten, because I had
Yes.
printed it out on a printer.
Yes.
And yes, Lavender, Tiger Direct is still around. TigerDirect.com.
I had that happen so many times where I got to the point where I would ask for permission. It's like, I have a PC, I have a computer at home. Can I print my report instead of write it?
And I don't know what the deal was. Was she thinking you have to learn how to type or I mean write properly, or was it I think you're cheating because you're using a computer somehow?
I have
I mean,
no
I don't know
tell.
what anyone would picture in terms of cheating. Like, what did I download the report off of an internet that doesn't exist yet? Is that what you're
that
picturing?
must be it. Yeah. Well,
I just,
then there are things that
ugh.
people think that are really weird. Well, I do understand that it was one of these three-quarter houses for mental cases. Hey, I'm a mental case. I admit it. But one of my roommates,
We still love you, though, Diana.
there you go, did not like the fact that I owned a computer because he feared that it was talking to him.
What?
What?
He was psychotic.
Uh-huh.
Certifiable.
Yes,
It
no,
is kind of
really, no,
funny.
he did have a diagnosis.
Well, it is kind of funny to watch old movies and see the weird misconceptions people had about what computers could and would do. I mean, I love watching some of the movies now where like old ones where they explain, oh, a computer can do this, and no computer has ever been able to do that ever.
I rather like the one. Do you remember or know of the film Colossus, the Forbin Project?
I've seen the title, I've never watched it.
The computer there, that's the one in the United States. There was one in the U.S. There was one in the Soviet Union. That they were talking to each other. But the computer in the U.S. was talking to one of the engineer people who was mixing himself a martini, and the computer tells him that's too much vermouth. So the damn thing is giving him advice on how to make a fucking martini.
Of course, there's also that classic scene from a movie I'm ashamed I ever watched, where Scotty is back in time in the 80s going, hello, computer, with the
Oh
mouse.
yes.
Computer.
Yeah.
Hello,
Oh,
computer.
Well, you use the keyboard. Oh, how quaint!
Yeah.
That was Star Trek 4. Yeah.
Mhm.
When you use
The
oh, how
goofy
quaint.
one with the whales.
Say again.
Yeah.
The goofy one with the whales.
Yep. Star
Yes.
Trek
I
4,
mean, that
the
basically
Return
Star
Home, or
Trek
some shit
4
like that.
Star Trek 4 and Superman 4 are these environmentally conscious movies built
Yeah.
into popular franchises, and frankly, both of them kind of flopped.
Yeah.
So
Fans were not happy with Superman 4, I don't think.
I
well,
never
why would
saw.
anyone?
I
do
don't think I ever saw it.
Oh, it was so bad. It was called The Quest for Peace, and it
Yeah, I
was all
never saw
about
it.
like nuclear war and
Oh
why it's bad.
Lord.
And there was this radiation-based supervillain that was part of it, and it was so stupid.
No wonder I never saw it. Okay.
It was preachy is the problem. It was trying really hard to have a message, but it was so ham-fisted
Mhm.
that
Oh, okay. So even Star Trek 4 was not that bad.
mm,
I mean, it was
Star
bad.
Trek
So you're
4
talking
It was
about
bad
old
enough,
PCs. It
but
reminds me of this meme.
was Star Trek 4 just humorous in its quality, or
no, it was God, I'm not even sure how to describe it. It was kind of hokey.
yeah,
And
it was.
honestly, it felt like they were trying to do some sort of weird reverse passive aggressive fan service or something. Yeah. Actually, it's funny with that picture. One thing I noticed a lot in 80s cartoons was people using what looked for all the world like CD-ROM in as discs. And I was like, but that's not what discs look like. I had a bunch of 5 1/4 and 3.5 floppies. I didn't have anything that even remotely resembled a CD or a laser disc until years, maybe even decades after those 80s cartoons, where people were using those as computer discs. Now, I
Mm,
don't know if the writers just heard the word disc and couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that discs
Or
were
square.
square. I mean, sure, there's a circular disc inside of the square thing, but I got the impression that they were just so computer illiterate in the early to mid 80s that they heard disc and had to show an actual disc.
well, of course, I'm thinking that perhaps 90% of the population was rather computer illiterate in, say, 1982. Um, the machines were not yet household items. I mean, right now, a computer is in one way a glorified telephone. Um,
Mhm.
they are used primarily for communication, and
Mm.
almost everybody has one. I mean, even some of the poorest people I know have smartphones. Uh,
Wasn't there a thing where Obama was giving out phones or something?
that started before Obama. I believe
That
that
was
started back
Oh,
in the Reagan
Reagan.
administration.
all right, because I
It
keep hearing people call them Obama phones for some reason.
Yes they do. And
because
it's a misnomer.
because yeah, because Obama moved the phones from being the flip phone Nokias into actual first generation smartphones.
Barack
By the way,
Obama?
Mom
Yeah.
Nato, we're getting a lot of echo off of you.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's how I got my Android. I mean, this is my Obama phone.
Hmm.
Um,
I
Well,
didn't think the Obama phone
one
was
thing that kind of frustrates me though about the smartphone culture is that a lot of, I'll say, websites have been taken over by the idea that everyone will access it with a phone and not with a
yes,
PC.
yes,
And
that's
so there are some things where you like functionality you just can't do with your PC or can't do properly with your
right,
PC, and that's
right.
kind of frustrating. Like, for example, on Facebook, you can put backgrounds on your posts if they're short enough, right? But on the PC, you get like 8 to choose from, and on your phone, you have about 30, and that is deeply frustrating.
Yeah, it's.
Doesn't that? I mean, there's a.
I actually had somebody ask me if I could to make my recipe website mobile friendly, and oh my word, what I've got to jump through to do that! I've got to relearn everything from the ground up at this point. Um, I'm second nature to write a website that works with a monitor from a desktop, but a lot of the
Well,
stuff isn't working. When I don't know if I'm doing it wrong or if my first generation smartphone isn't understanding what I'm trying to do. There's a problem right there.
Well, and another thing is like you'll get those memes that are like, okay, post the fourth picture in your
Yes,
your gallery.
yes,
And
yeah.
I'm like, okay, because Facebook isn't linear time wise, I will never find this post again on my phone while I see it on, like, if I refresh my browser on my PC, I'll never find it again. So the only way I can post the fourth picture in my gallery is if I email it from my phone to my email account so I can download it from my PC. And you can't copy paste from Gmail, by the way you can from a website. So you have to download it. And then, like, either get the file or copy paste the file from a picture viewer into the meme. It's like this 5-step process to post the fourth picture from my gallery. And it's just such a pain in the butt.
And what you're talking about right now is the major reason I think that I am not so happy with the everything on a smartphone culture. Why I kind of resist using a phone for things that I would traditionally do with a desktop computer, because number one, it's so limited as far as what you can do, and then number two, everybody's doing it, so they demand, not expect, but demand that you do it their way. And I've got much better ways to do it. Sort of like the Linux thing. It's a much better way for me to do what I'm doing, but everybody's all over me. And this has been for 20 years. Everybody's been all over me. You have to use Windows. No, I don't. I'll just go off into the
Oh,
corner and be by myself.
the sheer number of problems you've reported, though, because things aren't Linux compatible, makes me think you really ought to go Windows at some point, or at least get some sort of dual boot machine or something.
I do have a
But
I do have a dual boot setup. I do have Windows 10 on this particular machine. I actually went and bought it. No, there are some
Hey, do
things.
you guys mind if I share?
well,
There are some things I
and
can't do yet. I don't know how to do them yet. But
and another thing I find very frustrating with a cell phone is typing, because I've been touch typing
wow.
since I was like 8 or 9, and like I see a lot of people doing it with their thumbs, but my like muscle memory is such that I expect to do everything with all of my fingers, all of my digits, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so typing on a phone, I have to like unlearn and relearn everything, and it's very frustrating. Of course, my dad doesn't bother. He uses the voice recognition thing, and it's kind of funny to see him like say a sentence and then end it with period every time. You know,
Okay
of
then.
course, when he's trying to do that, and he's about to send a message, when I think he's done, I'll lean in and go, "Purple monkey dishwasher." It never it's worked exactly once. Like usually the message gets cut off before I can say it, but once it got in there, and I was very amused.
Well, that's one of the
Purple monkey
reasons.
dishwasher.
That's one of the reasons that I'm not all that favorably impressed with voice recognition. The background noise may or may not screw you up. Um, Especially if you're trying to tell the computer to do something in a crowded office or telling the phone to do something in a crowded room. Um,
It's gotten better though.
it has okay.
Yeah, I remember the first time I tried to do a voice to text message was like 6 years ago when I had a litter of kittens at my house, and I was telling them that I didn't trust the people where I lived with them, and I would rather take them up to New York to give them away to people in New York than to have them go to people in South Carolina here. And that voice to talk turned my message into something about me going up to New York to give away my virginity
Oh no!
because because the kitty pussy it was bad.
Well,
I wish I had posted it just for the posterity, but I deleted it and typed it out proper.
Oh.
one of my favorite like Facebook memes, though, that I can do on my phone in front of my PC because all I have to do is type in the results are the predictive text memes, where it's like type in these 3 or 4 words and then hit the middle suggestion to come up with something silly. Like one of them was put I am your name, comma god or goddess of, and then you press the middle one. Like I have all of that right now, and it's goddess of the year, and I am not all about the way the people of my country have been able. And I don't know. It starts to get kind of weird after a while, but it came out. I am Kate, goddess of the year, and I am not all about the way the people of my country have been able. And then it gets stupid, but sometimes you get some really entertaining ones. And like I don't have to be on my, like browsing Facebook on my phone to get those fun results because I can just type the text from my PC. But that's about the only meme that expects you to have a phone that's worth doing if you're on PC instead.
I don't even
Also,
bother
I
with that
got a
stuff anymore.
custom made pop socket that says Bionic
Well,
on it.
I ended up getting one. I ended up trying it just now on my PC on Google, and I got I am Talon, God of War.
Hmm.
Hey.
There was one. I need to find it. I'd have to scroll back like several weeks on my page, but it came up like super entertaining. The one that I ended up getting. So
I just did it. It says, I am Sherry, goddess of disagreement and a good idea.
I don't know, goddess of disagreement. I would probably worship
Let's
that
see if I
goddess.
could do it.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, let's see
Oh
if we can.
man.
I'm just wondering how I managed to get God of
Oh.
War out of that.
Well, why not? I mean, that's the
The
thing
god
about
of
predictive text is it will tell you, or it keeps track of the things you type, so it gets uh, like an idea of what you might say next after certain words. Although there is a Patton Oswalt stand-up routine. Well, it's like right at the beginning of one where he talks about the predictive text, and he gets a text from his wife that says "I love you," and he wants to respond, so he hits I and then space, and predictive text came up with the word hate. And then he clicks send without noticing. Now, it didn't say I hate you, it said I hate. So his wife says, I love you. He goes, I hate.
I don't know. I don't know how predictive it is based on what you've said, because I kept hitting the buttons after good idea, and it said, I am goddess of a disagreement. Oops, goddamn phone just went to sleep. Goddess of a disagreement and a good idea to the garden of my husband. I have never typed garden on my phone.
Well, okay, there was one. It's not on this phone because I got this after I left Seattle. But every year, Seattle has this thing called Sea Fair, which
Mhm.
is like Seattle Fair, basically. And for some reason, they get the Blue Angels to come, and so
Mhm.
for like a whole week, they're doing this formation flying, stunt flying stuff all around the city, and everyone starts to bitch about the noise because they're pretty noisy. And so for like a year, every predictive text meme would come up with the Blue Angels every time I did it because I'd been bitching about the Blue Angels online. So, I mean, it does learn something about what you say, and it may actually learn from the things people say to you. I don't know.
What I'd really like to get is I am Tornado Pelt, God of steely-eyed missile men.
Okay. Ah, man, I hope I can find that meme because I remember I came up with something super funny. It was like, I am Kate, goddess of like annoyed people or something.
Shut up, Glorian.
I'm wondering how I would become the patron god of steely-eyed missile men.
Is that a reference to something that I don't know?
Steely-eyed missile men. I think that's a reference to NASA engineers.
Oh,
I think.
okay. And I don't even remember how long ago that meme was. So for all I know, I scrolled past it. I decided to like jump to November because I'm pretty sure it was earlier than December. But like I know, I post way too much on Facebook. It's like dozens of posts a day. So
Okay, I'm doing something wrong. I know I am. I tried typing "I am Diana, goddess of," and it put up about, and I hit about, and then it just quit.
What?
that is
Hmm.
strange.
No more predictive text. It just nothing. Of course, I
How
don't.
much do you text at all? I wonder.
Very little.
Well, that would probably explain it.
Jeff and I used to text back and forth a lot. I really haven't done it very much since he died. Um, I do some Twitter when I'm sitting on the bus, but most of the time my Twitter is here at the desk. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Could be.
Hmm. Oh.
Oh,
So, okay, I have a question for you, for
yes, dear.
specifically for Diana.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times when I leave the chat, it's simply because I'm hungry, right?
Right.
So I guess my question to you is, would you rather I ate on camera
I
and
have
stayed?
I have no complaint with you eating on camera.
Okay.
Whatever is comfortable for you, go ahead and do.
You could turn off your camera from the thing if you were concerned about chomping and recording.
Because I
I
mean,
Well,
think.
I
I
just
have
wanted to ask 'cause sometimes I do want to stick around, but the tummy rumblings are just too strong to ignore.
yeah, I have eaten on camera more than once, so I really have no place to complain about anyone else doing it.
I'm munching
Okay.
on Cheetos, so
I mean, eventually I'm going to want to reach over myself and grab something. I filmed the roasting of the turkey last night, and I'm not going to worry about putting the presentation on YouTube or anything like that. I'll just do the brining and the roasting and have that out there, and so I'm going to have to do something with the damn thing, and eating it sounds like a fairly good idea. Although I will cut it up and freeze many of the pieces because in about 2 weeks I'm going to do turkey pot pie. That'll be fun because I make my own pie crusts, and it's
oh,
an
that's a lot of work.
it's an adventure and frustration many times because if you don't get it quite right, the pie crust ends up too thin and it tears on you, or other stuff like that. And I haven't made a pie crust in a long time, so
Hmm.
there's going to
I,
be some practicing involved here.
when it comes to like pie, generally speaking, I prefer pumpkin pie to other kinds of pie.
Okay.
Um, but one thing that frustrates me on any pie is when the crust crumbles. And I don't mean like it's flaky or anything like that. I mean that it turns into like practically it loses all integrity and turns into grain.
Yes,
Basically,
that
I
is a
hate that.
problem. What does that?
I just said I hate that.
Oh, you said you hate the way your voice went. It almost sounded like you were ending it as a question. No, you hate. Yeah,
Oh,
it's no. When you're making the pie, oh God, there's so much that goes into it. Um, Even a milliliter difference in the amount of water you use will make an incredible difference in the pie crust you get out of it. Um, you use that 1 milliliter less than it wanted, and it's going to do what you did with your crust that you were talking about. It just goes to. But if you use too much water, then it ends up, like pie jerky. One of these deals, and the same with the lard, and the same with the flour, and oh, but there's the other thing. Fuck Crisco. You've got to use lard. You've got to
okay.
use Rendered pig fat is the only way to make a pie crust. Sorry. Um,
I just don't like pie crust.
If
Okay,
it's done
okay.
well, it works.
Like I always like I like pumpkin pie, and the crust that you get when you're eating the pumpkin pie under the pumpkin pie is fine. Then you get to the end, and it's like cardboard,
way
flavorless
to fix
blah.
Oh,
a way
see,
to
that's
fix
where I
that.
usually end up with the crumbling to grain part. Is that end of the crust?
Right. The part that
Yeah, because you
probably
still
takes the
have
longest.
you still have that moistness going on with the filling over on the crust, so it's not going to fall apart so easily. Yeah.
I just don't
Um,
Actually,
understand why more people don't do graham cracker crusts or something similar to that on other types of pies, or
you know,
a
I don't
crust
know
that's good on its own, like you would eat it on your own.
because
well,
graham
I've
cracker.
actually found that the crust under the pie, it's like um if it sort of flops the way leather might, but it's much thinner than that. It's not as resilient, and I actually kind of like it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Your comment about the graham cracker crusts. I don't know because they are so much easier than standard pie crusts. I will give you that. I mean, I do it partially for bragging points and partially because I like making my own pie crusts. I do. I really do. Um, but it's nothing to wrap together a graham cracker crust. All you need is
Graham crackers
the
and
graham
butter.
cracker and but yeah, I mean you don't even have to crumble your own graham crackers if you don't want to. You could buy a box of the pre-crumbled graham crackers and everything's fine. Um, but of course, there's only one way to make an apple pie, and that's with a standard crust.
Yeah.
Sorry, kids.
Not not a fan of apple pie. I find that the apples tend to be, well, the only word I have for it is cloying. There's something about them, the taste of them. It's just that I can't do. It's kind of the same way I don't like apricots.
Hmm. You're looking up the
Okay,
word she used to
okay.
describe it, huh?
I'm just
I'm just like, I've got no
looking
idea
it
what
up
that
to
means.
make sure that I know what it meant. Yeah. I knew what it meant. Okay, excessive sweetness. Yeah. Okay.
But it's also a style of sweetness, because I mean I can
Mm,
take like way too much sugar, but this is more like, well, not fermented juice, but let's say congealed juice,
yeah,
and that doesn't work.
Uh,
the whole thing that I would call sickeningly sweet. Now I have the. I'm gonna have to remember to use cloy more than I do, which isn't much at all. Uh, but yeah, the now one of the things I'll do is when I'm making my apple pie, I will make a I don't know what you want to call it. Do you want to call it a juice? It really isn't.
Syrup.
But it's not even that so much. It's a lot thicker. It's about the
Hmm.
consistency of honey,
Hmm.
cool honey made with butter, brown sugar. There's actually a little bit of flour in there to give it body. Um, I'll pour that over it, and it's more closer to a savory sweet.
So
Hmm.
when you make an apple pie, are you looking for the apples to be soft or still have a little bit of crunch to them?
My personal preference is a little bit of crunch still going on with the apples. Not all
Yeah.
that
I'm not
much,
sure
but a
I've
little
ever
bit.
had that.
Say again?
I'm not sure I've ever had that. I think I've only had them when they're kind of squishy.
Okay, because yeah, with my apple pies, you'll actually bite into the apple. It doesn't offer that much resistance, but it's not one of those apples that you could mash against the roof of your mouth with the tongue.
Hmm.
It's not that boiled to all hell. Um, I'm weird because I even in my chili I do like a little bit of body to the beans. I will not boil them into submission. Um, and a lot
What
of
I tend
people
to
have
not like is Mhm.
So, okay, I have a question.
yes, dear.
You know the song American Pie?
Yeah.
I find myself wondering what people picture Because a lot of people, when they talk about America, it's always, mom, baseball, apple pie, all of that stuff. So when someone sings American Pie, I'm picturing apple in my head, which is probably not the intent of the song. But if you're going to say American Pie, I'm thinking apple.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I don't even know that I've devoted all that much thought process to that
Well,
idea where it is something to think about. Okay, wait a minute.
Well, for
What?
a while, the songs seemed to be everywhere, and then that movie came out about the kids in high school, and so I gave it a lot of thought for a while, just because it seemed so ubiquitous. This song.
All right, what do we have from BBC News? I can hear the teletype machine. Um, let's see what we've got, because I'm reading this cold, so I have no idea. When people ask Don McLean, what does American Pie really mean? He likes to reply, it means I never have to work again. His 8-minute long rock and roll American Dream became an anthem for an entire generation who memorized every line. Their children, in turn, grew up singing it, fascinated by the mysterious lyrics with their cryptic references to 1950s innocence, the turbulent 60s, 70s disillusion. Who broke the church bells? Who was the jester who sang for the king and queen? And what really was revealed the day the music died. Okay, but we go on
Oh,
and say again.
well, that makes sense because I mean, isn't one of the sayings about getting your piece of the pie,
Well, we're getting to that because
making it and getting your piece of the pie?
we
So he's
have
talking about getting your piece of the American pie
a little
with the
further
American
down.
dream.
We have these 16 pages of handwritten notes, which have lain hidden away in a box in his home for 43 years, were sold for $1.2 million. Oh, Lord. At Christie's in New York to an anonymous bidder. Um, oh, come on. Let's have the words, damn it.
The funny thing is, I'm trying to remember the lyrics, but all that's going through my head is the Weird Al version.
Oh my. Well, okay.
Uh,
What I do remember is the chorus: "Bye bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the
Hmm.
levee, but the levee was dry. Those good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing "This'll be the day that
this
I
was the day
die."
that I died.
Now the whole
See, but
song
A
itself
long,
was.
a long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep, I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
And that was
Well,
all
what's
about.
going through my head though is my this here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader
Vader
someday
someday
later.
later,
No,
now he's just a
yeah,
small
And
fry.
that whole thing,
yeah,
I guess, is all about Buddy Holly.
I
sure.
thought it was Lennon.
No, Buddy Holly.
No,
No,
no, you're right. It
no.
was Buddy
Lennon
Holly.
died later. Um,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna
Lennon
head
died
off.
in 1980.
I'm gonna head off. My throat is starting to get itchy again, and I'm gonna take some sinus medicine and relax my neck and lay down on the couch. So
So
I see you all later.
I guess I will say what. Take care, Marie Antoinette.
Hmm?
She
Okay.
said she would head off.
Oh,
Yeah. Maybe you should make like a baby and head out.
There you
Yes,
go.
something
There
like
you
that.
go.
See y'all later,
Take care,
guys.
bye bye.
sweetness.
Take care.
I'm gonna make like a baby and head out because, well, I'm playing my games. Although, if you want to see me, if you want me to share the screen, and I can show you what I've been doing this.
That's okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, sweetie. Oh Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord. I'll try to be nice, Diana.
Uh,
Yeah, we'll have that discussion. We will. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh
I
my.
mean, I don't want to be mean, but
I know exactly where you're coming from, and I know you're listening, honey. But we'll talk about we'll get everybody together and talk about that stuff.
yeah. Well, it's anyway. I'll just be over here. On the pie discussion. Okay, I know they call it cheesecake, but really it's cheese pie if it's got a crust on it, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Although I have to say, I like cheesecake the same way I like flan. Like, because it's very similar consistency wise.
Well, dude, this is what I was going to ask you. Which cheesecake are you talking about? I know of two that have very different consistencies.
I'm not sure I do, but I mean, okay, I take that back. I've had very sort of crumbly, grainy cheesecake, and
Uh-huh.
I
I'm
like the creamier stuff.
okay, yeah, the stuff that's almost a custard. It's
Mhm, mhm.
basically cream cheese and sugar is
Well, I
what
mean
it ends up being.
that's why I was comparing it to flan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of baklava cheesecake?
No,
No,
but I'd be willing to
I've had
try
Oh,
it.
baklava and I enjoy it, but baklava cheesecake has never crossed my bow until
they
now.
instead of making a pie crust, they make the crust out of the flaky baklava, and then they
Ooh,
layer the bottom with the nuts and honey mixture, and then they layer on, and depending on how rich they make it, they'll layer on some cream cheese or some of the cheese mix, and then more nuts and honey, and then more cheesecake.
okay, I was with you
Okay,
right up until
then
the nuts part. I'm not a huge fan of that in my pastry.
I am nuts, but that's
And I'm not
beside the
making a
point.
bad joke about nuts. I mean literally actual food
Oh, right,
nuts.
right, yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, if I can
I
say,
realize that I have a bit of a sense of humor and people could have taken that the wrong way because they might have assumed that of me, but no.
I
yeah,
didn't
if I
think it
can,
until you said it,
Oh, well, okay
and then
then.
I was like, "Oh yeah, that could have been turned into an innuendo."
if I can,
Well, maybe someone in the chat would have taken it the wrong way. I don't know, but I figured I'd clarify just in case.
if I can say anything good about her, and I have to admit I try to be nice at times, but no, there's not much I can say about my most recent ex. She could
Hmm.
make a pretty darn good cheesecake.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Um, it's one of the baked cheesecakes that you were alluding to. You know, they could be crumbly or grainy and that sort of thing. Pretty darn good, really. It's
I
just that
can't seem to
she
screen
liked to
share.
say
Oh,
again.
here's a picture.
Oh,
I can't. Oh, I can't seem to do anything right now, like except talk. Like I tried to screen share. Oh, there it goes. It's in the chat. There's a picture of a baklava cheesecake.
oh, gotta look at that.
Oh, chat. Okay.
DX
Yeah.
could. She really liked to play games, and
Not what I
I.
was picking, but I do like baklava, so I'd try it.
Okay, no, wait a minute. Did you share the picture? It's gone
I
already,
can't
right?
seem.
You
I
can't.
can't seem to share.
Okay. So you did put the thing in the thing, and then it's on the thing with the thing. What am I?
Mm-hmm.
What am I thinking about? Uh,
Upper right corner, there should be a button that says chat or a little looks like a little chat box.
I was looking in the YouTube thing. Okay, no, you put it in this one, the private chat. Okay, fine. We can
Yeah,
do
so I
that.
thought maybe you'd share it on the screen,
Oh yeah,
but I don't know how
we
that
can
works
do
on
that.
you.
We can do that. Okay, baklava cheesecake. There we go. We're gonna go there and we're gonna do that. And oh, holy shit, man. Yeah. Okay. Let's go and see if we can do that thing with the thing. See if we can do it. We can do that, and we can do. No, that's not doing it right. I don't like the way it's doing that. That's oh, I know why. I know why. I know why. Because I'm trying to do it on this, and that's not a good thing to do. Okay, so I'm going to get over here. Okay, we're going to copy that, and then we're going to go to the other browser. It works better if I do this from two different browsers. That's what's going on.
Well, that's one version of it.
There we go. Now we can present. Okay. We can go over here and we can do that. And we can do this and we can share. And there we are. Hopefully we can see what's happening. It looks crazy. Yeah.
What it looks like is that there's too many nuts in it, that it would interrupt the creamy flow of the cheesecake itself, and I would not want that for my cheesecake experience.
Yeah, it appears to be almost all walnuts. Well,
And
yeah,
I do not like
baklava. What are we talking
walnuts.
about here?
Walnuts are so bitter to me too. I cannot eat them.
Wow, you are a super super taster.
Hmm. Oh, but I mean, they're not just bitter; they're actually acrid.
What you're describing, okay, the way you are describing walnuts tasting to you is the taste I experience from the membrane or the paper or whatever you want to call it in between the sections of the walnut meat. There, it's divided. You know, the whole walnut is divided into compartments by this stuff, and if I get a taste of that paperish substance, it's extremely bitter, almost acrid. So I get an idea of what you're dealing with, maybe. But yeah, you get that out of the entire nut meat. Wow.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Wow.
It just, I mean, honestly, I'm really difficult to shop for food wise. It's probably why a lot of what I eat is either spiced to shit or really bland.
Okay, I mean you're almost bringing me to tears here, dear. How am I to cook for you? You know.
Although I will say, I am a freaking ninja grand master at a stir fry.
Oh man.
I
I
mean, there's not a lot. I mean, I will take rice or like some version. I mean, vermicelli works actually quite well in a stir fry,
would you
and I'll
break it up
use
into tiny pieces?
no. It's kind of like an alternative to say yakisoba or pho.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then like add a bunch of spices, some meat, and it's really really good if you do it right. And it's actually kind of hard to screw up, but I've learned how to make it good. So
Yeah, because
yeah,
the first thing that came to my mind was you doing something like orzo. If you're familiar
orzo.
with
Is that the
orzo,
weird sort of spicy looking stuff?
yeah.
Okay. I don't think I've ever had it.
It's basic. If you've ever had rice aroni, you've pretty much had
Mm.
orzo.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I can picture it now.
Mm-hmm. And it works, as far as that goes. The slimy bastards never got the idea. It's no. The name says rice, but that's not all it is. Okay. That was a pair. Anyway, yeah, because oh my word, I will try just about anything in the kitchen as far as that goes. And
Hmm.
some of the stuff I've done has been really weird. Occasionally, I'll put something together that even I say, I don't think I'll ever do this again.
I'm sure there must be something that I've made in the kitchen that most people would consider an abomination, but which I
Yeah.
love. I don't know.
Now,
I'm sure that there are a lot of like vaguely ethnic dishes where the people who are actually from that country would be like, "Okay, we're burning you at the stake today," but
I make this thing that
it still
everybody.
tastes good, you know. So,
how are you at fried rice? I'm just curious.
oh,
I can never get the right texture.
depends on specifically what country, what style. I mean, I can make a damn good fried rice, but you probably won't recognize it as anything else, like as a specific dish.
Okay, because I try fried rice here at home when I've got no better idea of what I'd like to have, and I just want something that I can throw together, without that much effort and everything. And maybe that's part of the problem. It ends up too soft when I'm having the fried rice that you get from the bamboo garden or something up the hill. It's a harder texture, almost crunchy, and I can't get there from here.
Okay, what kind of rice are you using?
That's probably the big thing. I don't even know what kind of rice you would call it. It's that stuff you get in the 10 pound bag at the Chop and Save.
Well,
It's
that
just your
could be
regular old
anything.
rice.
Here's what I would suggest:
Okay.
basmati,
Okay, I'll give it a try. Now, what?
because basmati, it's got the right grain length, and if you have a rice cooker, I hope you have a rice cooker.
I have two of them.
Excellent. Then it will come out really well for fried rice because, once it's done cooking, you dump it into the frying pan with all the ingredients that should have been at least simmering already. And it works like you wouldn't believe.
Now, I'm just
And
curious.
of course, basmati has that sort of smoky flavor to it, which really adds something.
Oh, yay! I was going to ask what makes basmati basmati.
I mean, I don't know the science of it or the agriculture of it. I just know that it's a very specific shape of rice,
Okay.
and it has a flavor to it that's hard to define, but it's very earthy, smoky. Like it has it's you could almost eat it straight all on its own, maybe with a pinch of salt, because it has a flavor where most rice is bland.
I've got to give this a try. I have never had basmati rice.
Have you
So
had Indian food?
I have had Indian food. Yeah, not
If it came
as.
with rice, you've had basmati.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't even know what I didn't have or did have. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love Indian food. Oh God, I love Indian food. Um, so I've had it without knowing I've had it. So there's a
Mhm.
start. There's a start. Um,
Yeah, I mean, next time you get Indian food, if you ever do, just take a bite of the rice before you throw it in whatever the heck dish you got, and you'll get an idea of what basmati tastes like.
Now you've got me wanting to go into East Liberty. Oh Lord, well it's not going to happen today. No, for whatever reason, the East Liberty neighborhood of Pittsburgh is full of really nice Indian restaurants,
Hmm.
and I used to live within walking distance of most of them, and unfortunately, that was the place I lived before I had to come here. And here, I can't get anywhere without a car. So I guess what I'm going to
Well,
have to do is I'm just going to have to find the right combination and have 25 million subscribers and 5 million views per video and $25,000 a month income, and then I'll be able to afford a car and go into East Liberty and get Indian food. Uh,
well, I mean,
You know, if,
yeah.
if there's something, if you want to make something simple with rice, I make this thing. I just call it slop because that's what it looks like. It looks horrible. Um, but I take some ground beef, I brown the ground beef, and then I make a brown gravy, usually from a packet because it's easy. And then I get some
oh,
corn, and then I make the rice, and then I just put the ground beef and the brown the ground beef and the brown gravy and the corn in with the rice, mix it up and eat it like that.
the caption seems to be cut off on the.
Oh, it says any backup plan in case your dream of becoming a YouTube sensation doesn't.
Yeah, I know. Oh man!
So
In case
yeah.
anybody is ever wondering, I did not get into this with that in mind. I mean, I knew that I wasn't going to get anywhere because the things that I'm interested in enough to do them on the air just aren't interesting to enough people to get me where.
Yeah. Well, I
Uh,
mean, I have to admit there are times when I've very seriously considered just shifting gears away from atheism to try to do something that's a little more crowd pleasing, because it is a bit of a niche market.
yeah. Well, the thing that really makes me sad, and I suppose that it shouldn't because there's a market for everyone and everyone has a market. When you get guys like the one I was talking about, they call themselves the ridiculous, and they throw
Hmm.
shit off towers, and they're millionaires.
Yeah.
The
Well,
three guys down in Australia, in case any, and the accent has got to be part of it, really.
mhm. Well, one thing that's crazy to me, I mean, the stuff that people will watch and eagerly. I mean, for a while, I was doing unboxing videos, and they were some of the most popular stuff on my channel ever. And I don't know why people like to watch other people open stuff. That's just weird to me.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, and people were sending me stuff willy nilly. It got to the point where I wasn't sure what to put on my Amazon wish list anymore because people kept sending me stuff,
Now
and
that's-
I was like, I need more imagination here. And and people were suggesting I get a PO box so people can just send me stuff that's not on my list. I mean, honestly, if I were to go unboxing video only, I could probably be rich off my ass and full of gifts right now.
And this is the one
There's
that
one
really makes
YouTube-
me wonder is you're saying that people are sending you or were sending you stuff that you could unbox. What are they getting out of you unboxing it that they don't get out of opening the box in their own living room? I don't understand that.
idea. No idea at all. I think the only thing that it could be is maybe they just like watching the joy on other people's faces, or
Okay.
maybe it is that they were considering buying it for themselves, or they want to see if there's something that they would have bought for
The little one
themselves,
pulled the cable.
and see someone give a demo of it when they get it new or something. I don't know.
I mean, I could
and
understand. I could understand unboxing lingerie, and then you would proceed to model it. You know, I mean, I'd be watching that.
You know, that's what I was gonna say. Is that there's one person who does unboxings that I watch, and it's Jacqueline Glenn, but it's because she is sponsored by AdamandEve.com. So every so often they'll send her stuff like lingerie and stuff, or not really bad stuff, but you know, vibrators and all that. She'll sit there and open it, and she'll play with it, but not like play with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
she'll
oh,
play
this
with
has
it,
got
but
a
not
really
play with it. Yeah.
You know, she'll hold it in her hands and be like, "Oh wow, this is a really strong vibe," or whatever.
And then I see
Well,
that
one
somebody.
thing that I really liked doing on my unboxing videos was actually opening the package was kind of fun because somebody sent me a knife to do it with, and I loved just flicking it open like that. There was something fun. It was just like, okay, I'm gonna unbox this. Flick, you know. I don't know.
Wait a minute, those things are legal.
Well, it's not a switchblade.
I was it's the next best thing. It's a switchblade without being a switchblade.
But someone sent me this right off of Amazon. I didn't ask for it. That's the thing. There are ways to send people stuff that they didn't ask for. Basically, the technique is to put in your cart something that was on their wish list, add something else to the cart, and then remove the item that was on their wish list. And now it should be something that will be sent to their address. So there is a way to send someone something that they didn't ask for. In fact, there's this one guy who he doesn't ask for credit. He doesn't want to be mentioned. So I won't say anything about him. But he has sent me a whole bunch of stuff that I never asked for. And some of it's crap, but some of it's really, really entertaining. Now, I live in Southern California. And so occasionally we do have a roach problem. Now, I never mentioned this to the guy, but he decided to send me what is called a bug assault weapon.
Rifle.
Yep. Yes, I remember you showing that off.
Shooter.
Yeah, and he sent me an attachment for it that does a laser sight. So, and I never asked for this. I didn't even know it existed until it arrived on my doorstep, but it is kind of entertaining to use it, I have to say.
What I want to know is how does the salt kill the roaches?
Well, it's a shotgun, is what it is. I mean, the salt is being used in lieu of little pellets.
So it is an impact weapon. It will just basically cut the shell apart and
the salt is not. The salt is not intended to act as a poison or anything. It's intended to do damage.
Okay.
And also, I mean, it's not intended for roaches either. They intend it for houseflies.
And it works on roaches?
Well, let's put it
Or
this
you
way.
do
I'm
not
not
have the
a
opportunity?
housefly. I mean, I'm pretty sure it would pulp a housefly, but I haven't had those. On a roach, it'll take 2 or 3 shots, but you'll destroy it.
That
Yeah,
was
I
what I
was
was
gonna use
wondering
that.
about. I mean, that thing has to have a hell of a kick.
Have you
Well,
tried to
let's
shoot
put
a
it this way.
person with
Okay,
it?
when I first got it, I was curious. Like they said, okay, one way to calibrate the laser sight is to set up a sheet of paper with an X on it and make sure you're hitting it. But they implied that the salt would rip right through the paper to show you the shot pattern. It doesn't. But the thing is, I was using like Morton's salt for it, and that is a much finer grain than the stuff they sell, right?
Oh,
Oh, are they
Um,
using more toward the kosher salt that has the really coarse grain?
because I don't
yeah,
know
probably.
salt, but it is definitely coarse. It's not a fine grain at all, and this will do more damage, right?
That's
Um,
part of the problem I had was I was thinking,
but
good old when it rains, it pours.
but when I first got the gun, I was using it with the Morton salt, and because it wasn't damaging the paper, I figured it couldn't be like too deadly.
Uh oh.
And so, as an experiment, I decided to shoot the palm of my hand. Now, it did
Ouch.
sting. It didn't leave a welt. It did sting, and I can see how it would destroy a bug. I'm not willing to do it with the more coarse salt because I'm pretty sure that will cause some damage. But
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it I can see why it would be deadly to an insect.
Yeah, I tried to use that trick, the sending an item not on the list trick, for a YouTuber that I follow because he had posted something about. He said I'd marry somebody for a bag of popcorn, and so I had this idea that I was going to go and I was going to order him a big old bag of popcorn, and I was going to print out this tweet, and I was just going to mail him the popcorn with a note that had the tweet on it. You
Well,
know,
I,
but
well,
I
I
couldn't
mean,
find popcorn that would stay fresh long enough, and I finally just was like, never mind.
well, I mean, speaking of which, one of the other things that was sent to me was my precious.
Oh,
It's the one ring, but also what I found, it's a little ripped, but this was the spray pattern for that gun. It shows like the distance from which you will fire and how much spread you'll get from that distance.
mm-hmm.
You
Oof.
see? So yeah. So I guess like what 2 feet away is this right here.
Okay, now
Oh, wow, that's
that was one thing I was thinking of. Now that you show that, something like that for writing contemporary. I call it formal music. You know, a lot of people call it classical music. Classical is a period. Mozart,
Sure, sure,
Paganini, that
yeah.
sort of thing. But I was thinking of writing a piece, a symphony, and basically what I would do is spray ink at a sheet of staff paper and then draw the little flags on it, and then okay, here, play this. But
Well, have you ever used? Actually, no. We've discussed procedurally generated music. Never mind. We don't
yeah,
have to
yeah,
go over
yeah,
it.
it's crazy to get something that sounds like anything.
Well, I don't know if I actually played any of it for you from the site that I found, but some of it is pretty epic and sounds like it could have come from an actual band or orchestra.
Yeah, because I years ago I was fooling around with some of it, and I just didn't have the method right, or maybe the algorithms weren't developed yet, or anything like that. The stuff that I generated sounded like absolute crap. It just
Mm.
sounded like random noise, basically.
Well, and it
Um,
doesn't help that probably back then all you had available to you was MIDI,
yeah, yeah,
because MIDI sounds pretty awful,
because
honestly.
you couldn't get you couldn't get the right mix of note lengths, for example. To a mix of quarter notes and whole notes and stuff like that that sounded like anything that could approach music. I couldn't do that. I mean, I'm talking about doing this back in the mid '80s, back when I was working at a software house.
I don't know if you'll be able to hear this, so it's an experiment, but here is some of the generated music now. If Right now, that'll go on for about 2 minutes, but you get the
Noise.
yeah. And the thing about this site that I'm using is called Iva. I prefer Juke Deck, but that's been down for a while. They claim they're upgrading or doing maintenance or something, but Iva, they have like 8 or 9 different genres of music, and within those genres are bands, like musical styles. For example, what I was just playing was the fantasy genre using the Dragonborn ensemble instrumentation.
Yeah, I was going to
But if
say
I
it
go to
sounded like something out of science fiction fantasy. Yeah.
well, if I go to fantasy, they have as presets, they have the Dragonborn Ensemble, the Symphonic Orchestra, solo strings and woodwind, string ensemble, strings and chorus, small tavern band, which honestly does sound like an Irish folk music band, piano solo, and soft piano solo. And that's just fantasy. They also have modern cinematic, 20th century cinematic, sea shanty, jazz, fantasy pop, rock, Chinese, tango, and electronic. And within each of those are different styles. Plus, after you've generated the track, you can go into the piano roll of it and switch up the instruments, decide you don't like a certain note and move it or remove it, all kinds of stuff. It's very dynamic, and it sounds really good. The only thing that doesn't sound good, honestly, is the rock option, because for some reason computer generated guitar has never sound like electric guitar has never sounded good ever, and I don't know why not. But still, it's a very, very dynamic system. And because it's all computer generated, it is technically royalty free. The way you can do it is either you can pay, like I think it's either a monthly thing or per track, and not have to give them credit, or you can use it and have a link back to their site and maybe credit in the credits of whatever you've made, to let people know where to go to get it. So it's either you give them some free advertising and pay nothing, or you pay and they get the money and you don't have to say where you got it. So it's actually a really useful tool, especially if you want background music in your YouTube videos.
I'm going to have to think about that, because there is the occasional time that I would like to have something in the background, especially with the cooking show coming up. Yeah, a little music to cook by, one of those deals. I don't know.
I just realized my head is getting cut off on your screen because you're sharing. So someone's sharing something. So,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Diana, you're still got a presentation up there.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gorg, thank you. I just totally lost track of that. There. Now we're stopping the sharing. I am so sorry. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
Wait, I'm sorry. I've been ignoring the chat. I don't know if what someone is saying here, a Sandra movie, sounds like a good idea. I don't know if you mean my character Sandra, the animated one, or if there's another Sandra.
I'm assuming
I
that
don't know.
Omega Nuts means you're Sandra.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that'd be interesting, but I'm working on a project right now called Quinn Redshift, and it's kind of big, and I'm trying so hard to finish this script. It's so difficult to finish the script. But when that's done, I might consider a movie about Sandra and Dewey and all of that, but I'm working on Quinn Redshift right now, so.
Yeah, that would be interesting, because I know the thing that you've done with the Sandra Assassin theme. That would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, the Patreon ad you're talking about, the one where
I
she
am.
told she has an alternative to assassin contracts.
Oh, and then we have a little kittiness over here. Hi, kittiness.
The end of that one that I made came to me at the very last second where like she kills the guy anyway and then says, "I'll start Patreon tomorrow." I don't know. I was having fun with that. If I may engage in a little self-flattery, I think that was one of my best inspirations.
I like
That
it.
one.
It's a
I
damn
mean,
good little
I've
thing.
made some crap out there. I have to admit, I have made some crap. But when I'm proud of something, I
Oh,
will say I'm proud of it. No,
well,
seriously, I have to be a self-critic. If I
oh,
blow
absolute.
smoke,
No, really, really, yeah.
I blow smoke up my own ass, it's not to anyone's benefit. So,
Oh yeah, you convince yourself that your stuff is good, and you don't see how crappy it really is. I mean, just look at this show, for Christ's sake.
well, I mean, I was actually talking to someone on Facebook last night. We were having a bit of a contentious political discussion. And at one point, he asked me for evidence of what I was saying, and I posted it. And he decided it wasn't very good evidence. And then what he said was that when he's demanded evidence from people, either they will run away or they will present evidence that he doesn't accept, or he will apologize. And then he said that the apologizing part has never ever happened. And I said to him, that says more about you than it does about anybody else. It says you won't accept anything anyone else says that goes against your own personal narrative, and that you have always been right, they have always been wrong, and that makes you the poster boy for Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, really, at
So
the end of it.
yeah, I don't know how someone can't have that level of self-awareness. It's one of the reasons I put out my bloopers videos, is to show people like I'm well aware of how perfect I'm not.
Oh, I have to watch that blooper video because I'll tell you what, I really like the blooper presentations at the ends of your videos when you do them. Um, I guess one of the things is that it reminds me how human you are. That you are not perfect. You're prone to mistake, and the way you laugh at yourself when you do it, because I see a little bit of laughing at yourself.
Well, if you
Um,
don't laugh at yourself, the world will do it for you.
absolutely,
I
and
love bloopers.
I have a
Uh,
feling that watching a half hour of your bloopers is going to make my week. Really and
Well,
truly.
one thing Well, you know how like when I say something wrong, I'll often go like,
Mm-hmm.
well, I have decided, and I don't know if I should release it just because two bloopers videos in a row might make people go, "What the fuck? Where's your atheism content?" But I've been compressing it down to just that with no context, and it sounds like someone speaking in tongues. It really does. There's a lot of like, "How the fuck got that bleaking friggin' blah, 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 that's stuff like that," and it really like because I haven't seen people talk in tongues a lot, but there was that movie Jesus Camp where
Oh
they do
my.
talk in tongues. They encourage the kids to talk in tongues, and it sounds just like them. It
Yeah.
really does.
If you remember the Godless Iowan, uh, well, how could I ever forget? He's responsible for us meeting. Um, but he used to be a Pentecostal minister, and he was able to do the talking in tongues thing, and he could do a pretty good job of it. Um, that whole I don't do it quite the way he did, but what you end up with out of me is something like the something like it's not Robert Tilton with the same syllables over and over again, but it's not that much better.
I'm
well,
trying.
for the longest time, I thought you were actually talking another language.
It does sort of sound other languagey, yes.
It incorporates elements. It does actually. My Babka's accent is in there. A friend of mine, his Greek accent is in there, and some of the stuff I do in English. Hey, it's good for you. That is George. He grew up in Athens, so it actually incorporates real elements. So maybe that's part of it. I
Um,
try not to pat myself on the back too much, but what I'm after when I'm doing this is Sid Caesar. If you've ever heard
I know
him
the
do
name.
his stuff, he does stuff that sounds like it's in other languages. If you want to look that up sometime, it's crazy. I love it.
Well,
Anyway,
I was trying to figure out if there was a way for the online thingy to use playback instead of a microphone, so I could just play what I've got for you without having to turn my mic around for it. But if you want to hear a small sample of what me speaking in tongues sounds like, I can try to do it just by pointing the microphone at my speakers. Particularly, and if I get flute playing, talking, pocket. So yeah, that goes on for quite a while actually, and it's sort of ridiculous. But like I said, I just released a bloopers video. I don't know if people will want that alongside it. I'm just worried about timing, is all.
Oh, all I can say there is Kate talked dirty to me.
So yeah, I was. Oh yeah. I did say fuck a lot in my bloopers video. Someone mentioned it in the chat. Cause I counted it, and there's no joke 42 F bombs in 30 minutes.
All
So
right. Okay, Limp Bizkit. I don't know if I know what that is.
yeah, they're like a bad 90s band. I wasn't into it.
Okay, I mean, I figured it was a band of some sort, but I never heard of them before, so. Oh well, such is the life. Well, my taste in music, most people think is pretty weird anyway.
Yes, I suspect I might actually have one of their songs in my list, but I don't see it as an MP3, so maybe not. I don't know. I that like you ever have that oh no, here it is. It's called Break Stuff.
Oh, that's one of my. I actually liked Limp Bizkit when they were new, and Break Stuff is actually a pretty good one, I think.
Well, have you ever had that one band where it's like you're really just not into them? Maybe you don't hate them, but you're just not into them. And then you find that one song where you're like, oh my gosh, this kicks butt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's not even necessarily one that got like radio play. It just happened to be a song that you ran across for no good reason and you thought it was awesome. And I think I've told that story about how I ended up discovering that 20% of what One Direction has done is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard.
I'm not a fan. Like 80% of what they do is garbage, but 20% really actually floats my ducky.
I guess this break stuff must have been kind of popular because I didn't even have to type that in. All I had to do was type Limp Bizkit, and that came up in the search selections.
Yeah, that's. I think that was one of their more popular ones.
I don't even know where I heard it. Like I must have heard it somewhere, but I don't remember. Like I have no context. Ow, Columbia, don't bite.
Oh yeah, that's their pissed off. They're really pissed off song. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contact. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. Yeah, they're really pissed off.
I don't know. Every now and then I engage or indulge my dark side a little, and I think that's an example of it.
When I want to engage that's there's a Hollywood Undead song called "Kill Everyone."
Oh boy, I feel like that some days.
There's a certain amount of Metallica that does that for me as well.
Oh,
I just happened to go over to my Twitter feed for the heck of it, and there was something from Julie, Princess of Pansexual Oral, who said, I would capture that block, print it, and frame it. You rock. The block in question is Ray Comfort blocked me.
Oh.
Yay! I've been waiting for that one. Ken Ham has had me blocked for years. So has Eric Hovind.
I'm not sure if they even know I exist.
I mean, I was trying to get blocked by Ray. I made a few
Hmm.
response videos to him. Took him long. If this is why I got blocked, it took him long enough. I think it was sometime
Hmm.
last year that I was making these videos. God damn. I can't stand him. I think he's the only person, or one of the very few lower on my list than Side 10 Bruggencate.
Man, I'm trying to remember who it is now because there was someone, I think it was yesterday, where they had, like some celebrity had said something really freaking goofy, really stupid, kind of bigoted, and like everyone who was in the same industry sort of jumped all over them for it. And then it reminded me of that time when Kirk Cameron and Ray Comfort were suddenly gaining a certain amount of prominence, and a bunch of former child stars, some of them are still stars, made a fuck you Kirk Cameron video
All
that was on
right.
YouTube. And I encountered it again recently and was like, wow, I forgot about that. But it was pretty entertaining. And I wish I could remember who the new person was, where they basically got the same treatment. It just wasn't like religious for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. But
Oh,
yeah,
please
that fuck
excuse
you
me.
Kirk Cameron video was awesome. I loved it.
I know that J.K. Rowling has gotten in trouble lately because she
Actually,
retweeted
that's
somebody.
what it is. Yes, it was J.K. Rowling. That's exactly who I'm thinking
Or
of.
she could go straight to hell.
Mm,
Which, from my
yeah,
perspective, is kind of difficult because I don't even believe the place exists.
okay, she can go straight to high school.
There you go. Yep, pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah.
straight to most of my childhood. Let's put it that way. Uh,
Well, actually, there was a song. I want to say it's Blink 182. No, it's Bowling for Soup. Called
what?
High School. It Bowling for Soup. That's the name of the band. I don't know where they got it.
All
But
right.
the song is called High School Never Ends. And it's actually, I mean, it's a little dated, some of the references they make, but it's absolutely perfect. It describes exactly like it describes so much. Um, yeah. Because I mean, like I say, it's a little dated because some of the stars they list off as being the equivalent of you. It's like Reese Witherspoon, she's the prom queen. Bill Gates, captain of the chess team. Jack Black, a clown. Brad Pitt, the quarterback. Seen it all before. I want my money back. That's like part of it. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, Jack Black was a thing when exactly? I haven't seen Reese Witherspoon in anything in ages. These are just names, except for Brad Pitt, that just don't seem to come up anymore. Hell, even Bill Gates doesn't get mentioned a lot unless people are bitching about billionaires. It's usually you hear about Zuckerberg more than Bill Gates these
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
So like I say, it's a little dated.
I'm trying to
But
remember.
like
Does Ken Ham have a hard on for Bill Gates? I forget.
I don't know.
Oh well.
But like the chorus is the whole world, the whole damned world is just as obsessed with who's the best dressed and who's having sex, who's in the club and who's on the drugs, who's throwing up before they digest, and you still don't have the right look and you don't have the right friends and you still listen to the same shit you did back then. High school never ends. Although
Oh,
actually the way they changed it up at the end is and I still don't have the right look and I still have the same three friends and I'm pretty much the same as I was back then. High school never ends. It's a great song. It really is. And I love the tune. Like I heard the tune long before the lyrics ever percolated. And when I finally heard the lyrics, I was like, "Oh my gosh, this song is perfect."
my the whole thing about the same three friends. I haven't seen anyone from high school in 7 years, for Christ's sake. Um, and it had been about 20 years previous to that. I went back to Cleveland to visit a friend, and a bunch of us got together, and that was 2012, and quite a few of them I hadn't seen since 1979.
Oh man, I'm looking at the first verses on this is 4 years you think for sure that's all you have to endure, all the total dicks, all the stuck-up chicks, so superficial, so immature. And then when you graduate, you take a look around and you say, hey, wait, this is the same as where I just came from. I thought it was over. Oh, that's just great. I love this song. I really do.
Oh boy. There's the Twitter feed. Answers in Genesis. How should you answer your kids' questions about Christmas?
Hmm.
Yeah.
No. I've got to get going. This is a borrowed PC, and the owner wants to use it now.
And as much as I said I was gonna go get food and eat it on camera, I'm getting quite hungry and I'm
Oh,
infested
by all
with
means.
ladies.
Yeah.
So I can't get up and get food without dislodging her, and then it's gonna be a big whole production. So
And I
I want
actually kind of need some food myself. And we've been at it for 4 hours and some things. So, I mean, that isn't all that bad.
gosh, I haven't pulled up the web page or the video page. How many people are still watching our dumb butts?
It says 10 people are still watching. You know, this is what
Oh
really
wow.
amazes the heck out of me is that on these marathon shows that we'll do, at the end of the darn show, we'll still have 10, a dozen, something like that. And I
I
know,
wonder I wonder how many were here from minute one.
you know, I never really looked. Well, wait a minute. What I can do, though, is okay, concurrent viewers 10 now. Do we have? I'm looking for. I don't think I can find it. There used to be one with the maximum concurrent users. Is it over here? No. I think there was, and maybe I'm full of shit. That there was one with the maximum number of concurrent viewers, and I just don't see it now. We have 95 playbacks, average watch time of, holy shit, 38 minutes and 56 seconds. In a 4 hour show, that's not that bad, really. And it's 10 concurrent viewers, and stream health is excellent, and oh boy, not doing too badly today. Oh, and thank you, Kate, for coming and doing the stuff for the Christmas thing.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's
Well,
do that before
I've
we end this.
well, okay. I mean,
Let's
do you want
advertise it.
me? Oh, sure. But I mean, do you want me on your show too, or should I
If
stick with my own?
if you don't mind coming over to mine, I mean, if you don't mind my knocking on your door.
Well, I mean, I know mine will be like 2 hours after yours because there's someone between us. But if you want to be on the stream,
Yeah, because what I'm probably going to end, what I'm probably going to end up doing is I'll run the stream all freaking day while I'm doing what I'm doing, and then I'll be on the air when I'm on the air. Because one of the things I plan on making a real great Christmas of this, and one of the things I plan on doing is laundry. Uh,
well, I've got a topic in mind. I mean, that's the thing. 2 hours is a long time to fill, and it'll help to have guests.
it
But
really does, doesn't it?
Oh,
But I
Shan
do
Morgan is already asking people like, "Can I be on your show? Could be in your clip?"
well, I do have a topic in mind, and I hope nobody takes it before I can do it.
Okay, just
But
don't say
basically,
anything then.
Don't say anything.
there's a certain hey, if I say it, maybe people will be warned and won't do it and like won't
True.
steal
Well, that
me.
too.
But there is a certain controversy that comes up every year at around this time, and I'm going to explain exactly why both Die Hard and Gremlins are Christmas movies.
Oh yeah, I think we could argue with that one because I'm on the fence, but whatever.
Well, I realized something last night about Die Hard that I had really not noticed at first, and like for years, decades, I hadn't noticed it, but which I think is a clincher, namely
Mhm.
that John McClane's wife's name is Holly.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
really?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
It's been so long since I've seen the film. I just didn't even remember.
So that's yeah. So I'm going to be having that discussion.
Yay!
I'm going to rewatch both movies and take notes so I can present it. But when I'm done presenting my case, then I'll ask for guests, and we can either debate the topic or just bloviate on whatever the hell we like.
That sounds like fun. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Yeah, we
I
can
don't know
really
what
do
I'm
some
gonna
good
do.
stuff with this because I'm I don't know. Am I still up for that? I had 2 slots at one point. Do I still
No,
have?
you've only got one now.
Okay, fine. We can do
I
that.
I am the keeper of the schedule, apparently. Actually.
Apparently, yeah. Because Brian had asked me, or did I just dox him? No, I haven't. Math Pig has mentioned his name before. Whether I wanted to take another slot just before his midnight show. And I said,
Oh,
yeah,
Math
I'm
Pig.
fine with it.
Math Pig's got nothing. Is not one of the people doing this thing, as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
He might be doing his own thing, but it's
No,
not to
what I
witness
was
how.
saying about math is I wasn't thinking, and I spoke Purple's actual first name, and oh, whoops, I doxed it. No, wait, no, Math Pig already doxed him on air.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think
So wait,
at
I'm
one point I encountered his actual first name, but I don't remember it, so it's all good.
I knew it. I don't know why I did, but I did.
Oh
You know,
man.
It's
but the only
Aloysius,
person,
isn't it? It's got to be Aloysius.
Yes.
as far as I know, the only person that's got 2 slots is Purple, and he's splitting one of them with X Cult Baby.
Uh-huh.
So it's 3 hours, 2 hours, and then there's a 1 hour, and then everybody's 2 hours until noon when Purple's doing one, and then X Cult Baby's doing one, and then you're on.
Okay then. Yeah, it's that's really nice of Nacho to take 3 hours.
I'll be doing it from 4 to 6 Pacific time. I asked for that specifically so it wouldn't interfere with Little Miss Greedy Gets feeding time. Because she will start. She is fed at 6 p.m. She will start bitching before then. I might have to take the bottle to her, but I specifically chose it so it would end at food time.
So what does she get like Simon's cat? Have you seen the online?
I have.
Simon's
I
cat?
have. Not exactly. I mean, she will it, and this is like she sends mixed messages because sometimes she wants lap sits and sometimes she wants food, but she will sit over here, like next to and slightly behind my chair, and meow and meow and meow and meow until I do whatever it is she wants. Now I have to guess, does she want food or does she want lap sits? If she doesn't want lap sits and she does want food, she can get kind of bitchy about it if I put her on my lap. So, yeah.
What is this? The new restaurant here? Kate's Lap is that the new venue? Yeah, okay.
Well, but I mean, I have gotten to the point now where I'm like, it stops its meowing or it gets the hose again, kind of thing.
Boy.
And you can't see her because she's not on camera, but every time I pick up that squirt bottle, she looks up like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. So she's learned, or at least she's learning.
I'm never quick enough on the draw. She's always through doing whatever she wasn't supposed to be doing by the time I get my hand on the spray bottle.
Oh, that's why it's handy right here. It sits on my desk now.
Okay, then. One nice thing is since I've moved the furniture around again, it's a little more difficult for her to get up on the curtains. She hasn't been doing that lately, so maybe I'll just leave things the way they are. Oh, well.
Yeah. Also, one thing that happened, she's not doing it now, which is annoying, but Columbia, she has, since I've had her, used her claws for everything. Everything, including affection. So she decided, like, she will put her paw on my arm when she's trying to sleep, and the claws will be extended. And should I happen to pet her, it's almost like she's having an orgasm because she'll clench,
Okay,
right?
then.
You know, it's like that classic scene of someone who's getting some and they clench the sheets. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about? Well, she does
yeah.
that with her claws when she's having pleasure. Last night, she decided to put her paw on my arm with no claws, and I was like, "Oh my
Holy
gosh, this is new."
shit.
I was like,
The heck is
"Oh,
going on
someone's being
here?
a good kitty." So, yeah. I don't know if that was an aberration though, because right now she's been putting her paw on my arm with claws extended. So I don't know.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. But this isn't getting anybody any food, is it?
No.
Uh, my God, Jeff and I used to do this all the time. One of us would call the other, it would be on the phone. And yeah, I really should get going. I got some stuff to do. Yeah, I know the feeling. Jabber, 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 jabber. An hour later, we talked. An hour later, we were going to get to doing something. Yeah, that's right. Jabber, jabber, jabber. This would go on for 6 hours. I miss
It's
that stuff.
really easy to go off on random topics and keep it interesting enough to stay despite the hunger pang.
Yeah. Oh my, oh my. Because yeah, it's.
Well,
I will
I,
give
I
you
don't
those
have
turkey
hunger pains.
legs.
I'm being glared at by father, so
Oh,
Ah,
I need to get
you
going.
better take care of
also
that.
doesn't help that the goodbyes can last forever too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I'm definitely going, bye-bye, great to have you here. See you later. Catch you like the plague. La la la. It's like, dude, I'm gonna click go. 'Cause I don't know when this is gonna end, so I'm just gonna abandon you fuckers.
Okay, I'm clicking the button now. Bye bye.
Take care,
All right.
sweetness.
And yeah, I'm gonna take off too. So have fun. If you can't be good, at least don't get caught.
Right. Take care, hon. Be good. Have fun and stuff. And I want to thank everybody who's here, everybody who is not here. And I especially would like to, as the film will say in the very near future, thank everybody who makes this thing possible. Those lovely, lovely Patreon people. You guys are amazing. All of you guys are amazing, because I'm doing this for you, and you seem to be telling me I'm doing a pretty good job. So I want to thank you, and thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.